Okay. Hi, I'd like to welcome you to the 2022 Annual General Meeting of the Royal Microscopical Society. My name's Grace Burke, and I'm your current president. And although I've been president for several years now, this is my first in-person AGM since the last one, Michelle, in 2019 in Manchester. So, and I apologize for my cold, so my voice is a bit funny, but I'd like to start out welcoming you and also thanking our sponsors and thanking you for attending. Agar Scientific and Quorum have very kindly supported this AGM, and we're very grateful for this lovely venue and all the refreshments today. So, with that, I'd like to go over the agenda for the meeting, and we're trying to keep this in 55 minutes, 50 minutes, so things may be a bit rushed. However, all of these slides will be on the website for you to look at in detail, especially with respect to various activities going on in the finances, etc. So we have some apologies. These will be included in the minutes. Unfortunately, our Vice President, Peter O'Toole, and Susan as well are not able to attend. With that, the next item was to receive and adopt minutes of the 2021 virtual AGM. Those have been on the website, and at this point, we're open to any corrections, changes, or if not, then a motion to accept the minutes. Okay, great, unseconded. Thank you very much. So with that, the minutes of the 2021 meeting are adopted. Thank you. There are no matters arising, so we move on to discuss the annual report and the accounts for the calendar year 2021. Although we're meeting in 2022, this AGM covers the activities of RMS in the calendar year 2021. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to our Executive Honourable Secretary, Michelle Peckham.
Thank you very much. Okay, just to remind you, we are a charity and these are our stated objectives. This is our long-term strategy. So we have a 5-year strategy. It's published on the website. And these 4 items are the things that we tend to think about in terms of our long-term strategy. Of course, because we're talking about 2021 and we were still really suffering quite a lot from COVID because we couldn't really hold in-person events, so all of our events ran virtually, but we still managed, as you'll see on the next couple of slides, we still managed to run a large number of events with large numbers of people attending. So this is just an example of all the different events that we ran in 2021. We were busy. We ran lots of courses and workshops as well, as you can see. In fact, sometimes virtual events, perhaps we can get more attendance because we can get people coming from further afield. We had 2 major events in the summer, and we had our first ever virtual MMC, which I think we were all very worried, but I think in the end it ran very successfully. So again, thanks to everybody, and this particularly the RMS staff who did a tremendous amount of work to get that going. But of course, we're all looking forward to being in person in Manchester next year. We had some other things. So I think Grace was behind this International Microscopy Lecture Series. We've had the Imaging One World series, and we have lots of talks and seminars that are available virtually. So we've had lots of opportunities to adopting the online system. The virtual approach has managed to allow us to develop other things as well. So again, all the event organisers have been involved in all of those different things, whether it's the RMS or the people that have been organising those online events, and all the different people who support them. Thank you very much. But as I say, we're all looking forward to, as we are today, going back to actually seeing us in 3D. Membership. So membership sort of goes up and down a little bit, as you can see from the chart there. We have different categories of membership: corporate, free students, ordinary members, on-fellows, and just fellows. And you know, it sort of goes around 1,400, 1,500, but we're sort of staying roughly about the same. Sometimes we go up, sometimes it'll go down. And we have a true geographical spread, so quite a few of our members do come from overseas. This is just a summary of membership for the last, for 2021, what the change was, what the makeup is. I don't know if there's much to say about it, but anyway, you get the idea. And then, of course, our 2021 awards, which some of which we're only getting around to award now because of, again, hard to award these awards virtually. So these are our two on-fells, one of whom is going to be awarded a bit later on, I believe. That's right. And then the President's Award and the Vice President's Award. So some of these awards are happening today, aren't they? And then our Scientific Achievement Awards, which have all been awarded. And the Outreach and Education and the Early Career Award. So congratulations to all of those people. Microscope activity kits. So they were also affected by COVID, and we had to not send any out for a while, but it was eventually resumed. And again, county print finishers who assemble all the kits and are responsible for sorting them all out have done a fantastic job. So we'd like to say a big thank you to them for doing our kits for us. It's really popular at schools, so they love them. We've also had this new project, which is SEM, which was initiated by Alan Ball and James Perkins. It says tabletop SEM that goes around to schools and various different events. And that's been very successful as well. Then, as you know, for the Outreach Committee, and you'll hear more about this later from when you see the Outreach AGM, but we have this diploma scheme. We've awarded some studentships, which is great. We were able to do that. People were able to go back and either do virtual or in-person placements. And we've also been involved in outreach events. And as part of the outreach, we also have this joint venture with UKRI, the Wellcome Trust, and the RMS, which is Bioimaging UK, which is another community forum that focuses on different aspects of bioimaging in the UK, career development and so on. And we, as part of that, we also ran this scheme for BBSRC, for a business voucher scheme where people could get money to collaborate with industry. And we've had some various different activities there that you can read about. Publishing. So I'm going to take my middle off and put my other hat on now, if you see what I mean. Publishing, I'm also, because I didn't manage to leave the room fast enough, general editor of the Journal of Microscopy. Actually, it's a brilliant job. I really enjoy it. We published 86 papers in 2021, and we're on target to publish a similar number this year, but we are really trying to increase the number of papers we publish. Our impact factor's gone up a bit. I'm hoping to push it a bit more. As you may know, we're one of these journals that has this read and publish deal. So if the journal has if the library has a subscription to the journal, then you can publish in it for free. So please bear that in mind when you want to publish your paper. And we've had a couple of special issues, and we have some more coming in the pipeline, which is really going to be very interesting. One I'm particularly proud of is Women in Microscopy, because of course I'm helping to organise that one. This is just a summary of the statistics. You can see the impact factor goes up and down, but it is actually sort of on an upward trend at the moment. And again, thanks to, these are all the editors that the papers come in, they get the papers, they send them out to reviewers and handle the papers. They're all brilliant, they all do a fantastic job, so thank you very much to them. And then, of course, we have our In Focus magazine. So again, we publish 4 issues a year, lots of interesting content. It's always a good read, In Focus. And again, thanks to the new editor, Leandro Lem Gruber. And again, thanks to VCAS, who stood there. And again, you know, if there's anything you feel would be interesting for In Focus, you should get in touch. Books. Who's got a copy of Understanding Light Microscopy? It's a huge tome. Yeah, I've got one. But anyway, it's a fantastic book, actually. And again, we've had a little bit of effect of COVID there, but we've got some books coming through. Maybe there's some new ones about to come through. Website and social media. We now have this implemented this content management system, so all of you as members can create and manage your own accounts. We've had lots of visitors to the website, and they're from all over the world. And if you don't, you should follow us on Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, and Twitter. We don't have a TikTok account. I keep saying we should have TikTok, but nobody. Yeah, might be a step too far, I don't know. And that's it. And I'm going to hand over to Rod now to tell you about the finances.
Yeah, so this will, as we've said, is looking at 2021, but I have got a couple of slides for the 2022 budget and how we're doing so far. Headline for 2021 was that we had a pretty solid year financially. That was driven really by investment gains. We had the property revalued after several years, so that showed a significant gain. And then there was a small operating surplus. Okay. There we go. It's been a long time since I used the technology. So yeah, those were the three headline points. This gives you a little bit more detail. So we had incoming resources of 1.159 million. That compared to 1.238 for 2020, and that reflects the fact that MMC was a virtual event in 2021. The overall value of the Society's funds, including the property and other investments, was 5.768 million. So that was up by 884k year on year. We have most of that is unrestricted, as you'll see on another slide. We do have 15k of restricted funds, which sit there towards the purse prize, which I think we give every 3 or 4 years. So those funds stay there permanently for that. And I think, yeah, the other thing to mention on that slide is we did have more investment in improving the RMS building and the IT infrastructure. So we continue to develop and build on the facility that we have in Oxford. Donations and grants. Total investment income in 2021 was 67k compared to 65 in 2020. That was really bank interest and the charity property fund of 6k. And the cost of generating those funds was 44k. Level of donations and grants was 18k, which was significantly down on 2020, but that was driven by all the bioimaging business interaction vouchers. We spent 13.5k on providing travel bursaries and summer studentships, predominantly summer studentships. And the support costs for running the organisation dropped from 379 in 2020 to 339 in 2021, and that was really because of a lot less use of the office, people not going in the office as much. And so our overheads were down, and a lot of the committees meeting virtually, and that actually, whether it's good or bad as a meeting, actually does have a positive financial impact for us. Governance costs. With any charity, you do have some costs allocated towards making sure that we do fulfill all the right governance for the charity. The cost for 2021 was 28,000, up from 27. That's 2.4% of total income, and that's a relatively low percentage and well within the guidelines that we're expected to meet. Still can't move the technology. I thought for 2021 I'd finish with this slide because it's quite an impressive slide. And if we showed it now, it wouldn't look quite so impressive. So at the end of 2021, the value of all the investments stood at 3.949 million. So that was up about 400,000 year on year from 2020. And the value of equities management with Investec was 2.4, up from 2.2. So you see 2021 actually was a particularly good year for the investment portfolio. And I think that's the last slide for 2021. The budget for 2022. So when Adam and I sat and started looking at 2022, it was clear that we probably would need to anticipate a deficit for 2022. At council, that budget was ratified with a deficit of 154k approved. As we stand right now, I think we are on target to meet that. I think we're £1,000 worse than that. So certainly very good control of that from Adam and the team. Planned expenditure for 2022, you can see some of the things there that we continue to invest in. Some important areas there. 12k again on studentships, and 12k now back in running the Max, and now that we're able to get those back up and running. And 9.5k on office improvements. I was told not to mention rendering, but oh, I just did. So the actual financial data as of the 8th of September, as I say, the council approved the budget at 154, and currently we're expected the deficit to be 155. I'm sure we'll be able to find that 1,000 somewhere in the next 3 months. Some of the deficit there includes a reduction in revenue from the journal. Michelle just covered some of that. Content consistent subscription income, 107. Increase in the outreach expenditure, increase in office overheads, obviously because of the current power costs, etc., that are increasing all over the world, and then meetings and courses income. So I think, as I say, overall the message is a solid one financially for 2021, a challenge for 2022, but a challenge which is being well controlled, I think. And that's me, I think. It's back. Who's doing COVID? Michelle.
So I just have a few more slides before I hand over to Grace. I think we just have this, again, we have had this effect of COVID, but despite COVID, we've been really active. And I guess you've seen from all the slides, all the different activities and so on, that we have been involved in. So it's not like we've shut down, we've actually really been busy and supporting the community. That's really been facilitated by the office staff being able to work from home, and they're gradually moving back in and working in the office, but we now have this sort of more hybrid working. So we've managed and we've coped, and I think, again, we should be really proud of the Society for coping with all the challenges over the past couple of years. And keeping busy and supporting all of you guys and microscopists generally. So our plans, as you might imagine, we're going to carry on and continue our successful in-person and virtual events. We're going to carry on running the microscopy series that I've already mentioned. We're going to continue providing resources for public understanding, etc. We're going to continue to support the microscope activity kits. We're going to support the tabletop SEN scheme, and we always have this goal of trying to increase membership numbers. Of course, the Journal of Microscopy is absolutely critical to us because it provides us with a large amount of income that we use to support events. So we have to support the journal. Although Wiley publish it on our behalf, most of the money comes back to the Society to support all the activities that we do. So we need to support that and engage with the open access, which is one of the reasons why the income from the journal might go down. We need to increase our presence on social media to promote the Society, to get more people engaged. We're still going to be updating and improving the website. We still have plans for improving our infrastructure to support membership and managing people for events and so on, continue to support Biogen UK, and do some work with our patrons, Baroness Brown and Baroness Finley. I think you're going to hear a bit more about this later. We're going to launch a new mentoring scheme. We're a member of the Technicians Commitment. We are going to try and develop chartered microscopists out of the diploma. We now want to move into sort of something a bit more perhaps broadly official. We have been working a lot. There's been a working group working on EDI&A, and you're going to hear a bit more about that later. We're looking at sustainability, and as an example of that is to actually stop publishing. Slightly sad in a way, but on the other hand, in terms of sustainability, to put in focus online. We've had a bit of a rethink about our membership categories, which you'll see on the next slide. Of course, we're going to do MMC 2023 next year, and fantastic news, we're going to be PCO for ELMI in 2024 in Liverpool, so that's something some of you might be interested in. This is what we think we're going to do for membership categories. So you can see there's a sort of sliding scale, different types of membership. So free for undergraduates, a small charge for postgraduates. We thought we would have a smaller charge for early career members, and then the ordinary members, the fellows, the emeritus, and the on-fells. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for that. I'm going to pass to Grace now.
So so I'm just going to go over and show the slides for the awards. After the AGM, we will have awards presentations. Some will be presented, Zhangli Zhang for the Vice President at MMC 2023, the Pierce Prize as well, to Michael Sheets at 2023, and the other awards. However, the Early Career Award this year for Katherine Paine, she will be giving a talk and will be introduced later today. And also the diploma will be presented next year. Great. And the 2022 RMS Scientific Achievement Awards, and these are directed to our dynamic mid-career RMS members, are listed here as well. And the section awards that will be presented next year, the 2022 section awards, will be presented at MMC in Manchester next year. And these just go through the various awards. These come from the RMS sections themselves. So Aaron Trenfield, Christian Egling, Natalie Resnikoff, who is the person who actually developed the IML, the International Microscopy Lecture Series, a very dynamic woman, and Lynne Paine for the AFM SPM Award, Flow Cytometry, Chris Hall, and then the award for Data Analysis and Imaging to Robert Haas and Peter Bankhead. So with the end of this, the next action is to receive and adopt the annual report and the accounts for the year 2021. And are there any questions prior to asking for a vote? If not, then do we have a motion to accept the report? Yes, thank you, John. A second, Roland, thank you. Great. All in favor? Yes, great, fantastic, no opposed. Super. Okay, and the next item is to resolve the officers and ordinary members be elected for the 2023-24 series as follows. And these are the officers for 2022-23. And you see everyone here. And again, apologies from Susan Anderson and Peter O'Toole, who were unable to be here today. And yes, great. And the ordinary members of council for 2022-2023. And again, Paul French, Paul Gunning, Donald McLaren, Dogan, Claire, Paul, Alex, and Julia. So these are our new council members. And at this point, we'd like to also, oops, I think I went the wrong way, sorry. Okay, so now we just need an action to accept the slate of officers for the 2022-2023 year. Is there a motion? Okay, great, and seconded, thank you so much. Super, okay. Oh yes, absolutely, sorry, that was on my next, yes. And with the officers that are going out this year, we have Rick Bridson is actually stepping down as executive ONSEC. As executive ONSEC from Leeds, and he's being replaced by Andy Brown from the University of Leeds as well. But Rick will be an invited member to the executive committee, so we're not losing his incredibly valuable expertise and knowledge. So, but we all thank Rick very much for all his service. And so now we have the slate, and we've accepted, I think. Yeah, great. So all in favor? Yes, that's okay, fine, thanks. Okay, so the next item are the ordinary members of council, and the section chairs to show everyone. There are some new section chairs. So like microscopy, Gail McConnell is continuing. Asa Barber is the new EM section chair. Life Sciences, Teresa Ward. EPS, the Engineering and Physical Sciences, is Roland Kroger. Flow Cytometry with Karen Hogg. The AFMS PM is Oleg. Data Analysis and Imaging is Martin Jones from the CRIC. And I'd like to point out that this new section started off as a FIG, a focused interest group. So this has been a really dynamic crowd. And of course, the early career section with Liam Rooney. Again, a very, very dynamic group, and we're really getting younger. They are really getting younger members energized. And again, invited to council, Rick Bridson, Les Stump, who helps us with cybersecurity. John Hutchinson, of course, is chair of our history committee. Francis Morrissey, who's our corporate advisory board, sorry, mental moment. Corporate advisory board chair. Chris Kennedy is the historian for the Royal Microscopical Society. And Lucy Collinson, she's from the Crick Institute, but she is an RMS person on the European Microscopy Society board. So our international links stay strong. And at this point as well, I would like to thank the outgoing people in the section chairs, and those include Kim Findlay, Alex Ball, Stan Botchway, Liz Duke, and Klaus Kortrup. So they have been incredibly important and very active on RMS Council and in the sections. So we'd really like to give them a round of applause. So thank you. We should have had applause for Rick as well, but Rick, we've already roped you in. The fact that he's still going to be with us makes me very happy, so that's good. But we wouldn't have been able to do anything through COVID without the incredible staff that we have in the Royal Microscopical Society. They really do go above and beyond the call of duty, and these past several years have been incredibly challenging. So again, I'm sure you all know that, but Alison, our chief exec, who is here. Alison, if you'd like to stand up, but everybody knows you. Okay, wave. Okay, Tor as well, the event and HR director in RMS. Tor has been really active with the meetings here. Adam Clay is our finance and operations director. Tracy Clay is the accounts assistant. I'm going to go through Lucy, the publications manager, has been doing a great job, along with Owen Morton, our publications coordinator, an excellent job. And then Jill Hobbs is with the Journal of Microscopy editorial office, and Debbie Hunt is our membership administrator. And I've saved Jay till the last on this slide. Jay joined RMS not that terribly long ago, and within a very, very short amount of time, she has just worked miracles. So incredibly efficient, and I think you were with the Society for 20 years. So Jade, thank you so much for helping all of us through the years as well. So again, the staff is absolutely brilliant. And then more staff. We've got Georgina Fletcher from Bioimaging, Kate Wooding, who is here, who's also the Events and Outreach Manager, Dawn Hopkins for Exhibitions, Chloe, Exhibitions and Corporate Member Liaison, Nick Cameron, the new Sponsorship and Events Assistant, Katie Reynolds, who works with events, as well as Alexandra Rennie, and Jess Cole, who is also very active with the Society. So it's times like this, then everybody really needs to, that we have a really solid foundation here in RMS. So now, here comes. So at this point, I'd like to ask Alison to come and say a few words, because there's been a lot of really, really great work that she's been doing in updating bylaws. Thank you. Thanks.
Hello, everybody. I don't have a slide for this, but the proposed changes to the bylaws have been on the website for the last month. When normally a registered charity and a learner society should update their bylaws at least every 10 years. Ours haven't been updated since about 2008. So they've needed quite considerable updating to bring them into line with current legislation, guidelines, and really just update them. You know, we're working on EDI&A, and we have reference to chairmen within these bylaws and things like that. So we spent a lot of time going through the bylaws. They are all on the website. They are much more concise. They're in a much more modern language moving forward. And part of the actual updating of these bylaws was to actually look into maybe incorporating, awarding our own charter, our chartered microscopist qualification. It's something we can still work towards, but it's not something we're going to be making a request to the Privy Council in these bylaws. So at the moment, just for an example, one of the things we do have in the bylaws is bylaw 59, where we actually say at the beginning of meetings that committee members should declare any interests, because that's something that was not previously in the bylaws. So it covers us in many ways. I'm sure lots of you will have seen previous charities having to account for their actions and things like that. So it keeps everything totally above in control. So what I'm asking, I haven't got them here because they're quite long. They are all on the website. I'm hoping that everyone will approve these, because I will take these bylaws to the Privy Council. We have to get them officially sealed and go through the whole process. But the thing I would ask, and if we can minute, that these bylaws are subject to any minor amendments that the Privy Council may require, and that the RMS Council agrees. So Council has to agree to any of these changes. So I'm not just going ahead and putting anything into these just to make it up as I go along. They have gone through lots of processes. So I'm asked, does everybody approve the changes to the bylaws? Okay, lovely. Thank you very much. That's Grace.
Thanks very much, Alison. And yes, if you haven't had a look, the bylaws are in far better shape than they've been. So thank you. And in terms of any other business, we had not received any request. Is there any other business coming from the floor? Okay. If not, then again, we want to thank our retiring members as we mentioned before, especially Rick Bridson, although he's not really retiring, we're still co-opting him, so he'll be working with us. But again, Kim, Alex, Stan, Liz, and Klaus, really wonderful. And we'll be hearing from Liz this afternoon, so this will be really, really good. The other thing, after the adjournment of this meeting, then there will be the section AGMs, which will follow. So you'll hear more about outreach, more about EDI&A, and all of the other things going on. So with that, I'd like to thank those of you that are here and those of you that have joined virtual on Zoom for attending the RMS meeting. And we will be adjourned. So, great. Thanks. Okay. Now, after this, we're going to be doing our awards. So I think, are we in good shape? Okay, this is fantastic. Yes, we were worried about running over. So this gives us a bit more emphasis. Okay. So, great. So, we have awards today and this afternoon, particularly honoring our 2020 ONFELs and our 2021 ONFELs. And we're starting off with the RMS Awards, and this is the 2021 President's Medal. And this is going to Derek Davies, and Derek has worked in flow cytometry for over 35 years. He's been instrumental in promoting cytometry on the local, national, and international levels. He was one of the founding members of the London Cytometry Club and the founder of Flow Cytometry UK. He's been very involved with the Royal Microscopical Society over the years, being past council member and twice chair of the cytometry section. So all of these things that he's done, who's really worked very closely and made this a very important aspect of RMS. And for all his work, we'd like to award Derek with the President's Medal for 2021. Congratulations, Derek. Okay. So the next award is the 2021 Vice President's Medal. And it's my pleasure to announce and to award this medal to Judith Mantell. And this is for microscopy research and laboratory support. She's the senior electron microscopist at the Wolfson Bioimaging Facility at the University of Bristol. And she's been there since the establishment of that facility. She's established electron microscopy, the unit there. It's very highly regarded. She's introduced new techniques in that facility, STEM tomography, cryo-SEM. And in 2016, Bristol was awarded a Wellcome Research Grant to set up a new dedicated cryo-EM facility. And again, Judith was instrumental in the development, the design, the installation, and the running of the facility. So this was absolutely amazing, and we want to recognize her for all that great work. So, Judith.
Hold your hands together.
Thank you very much. Okay. So well deserved, our 2021 award winners. And now we go for the 2022, the President's Award to Stephen Couzens, who has had exceptional contributions to the Society. He's an outstanding principal clinical flow cytometrist. This is going to test my metallurgical, pronunciations. Okay. Working in the immunophenotyping laboratory, the hematology department at the University Hospital of Wales. He's done a lot of training and teaching. He's been organizer of the clinical module of the RMS annual flow cytometry course for over 20 years. And more recently, he's also adapted to the virtual RMS flow cytometry course. He's been involved with many working groups to improve diagnosis of myeloma, leukemia, and lymphoma. Also, he's worked to improve the standardizations of flow cytometry within Europe, and this through the Harmonemia initiative. Okay. I'm familiar with some of these EU words, and they tend to be interesting. Yes. Okay. He's also kept himself at the forefront of flow cytometry, and he's had a big impact on the Society's contributions, both nationally and internationally. So it's with great pleasure that we award Stephen Couzens the 2022. Thank you very much. Now, this year is a very special year, and although we tried very hard to keep this a bit of a surprise, there are two people that have done a tremendous amount of work for the Society over their long tenures as members of the Society, and those are Debbie Stokes and also Lynne Joyce. So will give Debbie's first. Debbie, I hope you're surprised, okay, because it was very high. We were trying very hard. So Debbie did her PhD at the Cavendish in Cambridge, and I still remember one of her early presentations at the Microscopy Society of America. Amazing work. She was also a Royal Society Dorothy Hodgkins Research Fellowship. She's on a career looking at charge-related phenomena and stability of hydrated samples, environmental SEM activities extraordinaire. She's also authored one of the recent books, Principles and Practice of Variable Pressure Environmental Scanning Electron Microscopy. She had a very successful career at FEI, and we've known her wearing many, many hats. During her time at FEI as well, she was very active at the Corporate Advisory Board. She was very active within IFSEM as well. She was the International Secretary for the RMS for many years. And also, she was Honorary Physical Sciences Secretary, and she chaired the EMS meeting, the European Microscopy Congress in Manchester in 2012, which was an amazing event. And again, quite a trailblazer. So she's been on council now for 17 years. We have been the executive committee as well. She's been on for quite a while. And we've really benefited from all her knowledge and experience. And Debbie, I'd like to award you the 2022 President's Medal. And although she cannot be with us, the next President 2022 Presidential Medal goes to Lynne Joyce. Lynne has been a member of the RMS as long as I have, 1987, wow. Lynne's research career started at the Rank Research Center in High Wycombe, and then she joined what I knew as Agar AIDS, now known as Agar Scientific, for most of her career. And she rose into very important positions, being managing director and marketing research director before she retired. She has been the RMS treasurer over 2 different periods. She's been on the executive committee, a member of the corporate advisory board, and when she last stepped down as treasurer, she very, very kindly agreed to assist, work with us as a co-opted member on the exec to smooth the transitions, and especially the difficulties that occurred during the COVID period in terms of the inability to meet. She's given an incredible amount of her time to the Society, and in this way we would like to recognize her achievements. And we're sorry that she can't be here with us, but we will send her award to her. So, Lynne, congratulations. I hope you're listening. Okay. You ready? So I want to thank all of the awardees, and maybe we'll be able to get a group photo later. So thank you so much.
Can I just add that those of you that have got awards, there are nice packing boxes here so you can take them home safely.
Oh yes, okay. Okay, that's great. So with this, then, the next, we're 5 minutes early. Great. Yes. So now we're going to move into the launch of the EDI&A policy and plans. And I'd like to turn the meeting then over to Alison and Liam Rooney.
Thanks, Grace. Thank you very much, Grace. Thanks, Liam. Okay, I need to move the slide on. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, this is really nice that we're here and able to actually say what we've been doing to everybody. So we have been very much requested to look into equity, diversity, inclusion and accessibility. And we have a group that's been set up, of which Liam is one of the members. We have other members around in the audience today, and hopefully virtually as well. But this is a really, really important group because it's lots of things that we all take for granted, perhaps, that we shouldn't. And it's actually, I think it's been a really useful group to actually look at the way in which we do things and move forward. And we've had, I think, 4 meetings now. And we've fed back lots of ideas, and we actually are launching today a statement on the website. So if you look at the website, you'll see that statement, and I think we have a couple of copies here on the main desk. But at this point, I'm going to hand over to Liam, who's going to highlight some of the things, and then I'll take that from there.
Sure.
Thanks.
Yeah, so good morning, everybody. I'd like to start off by saying, firstly and foremost, that I don't lead any of this. This is all internally led by the RMS, and they've kind of brought together and consulted with a group of their members to bring this initiative about. So in essence, the RMS has ratified their approach to EDI&A in response to feedback from its membership. And as I said, the Society has brought together and consulted with this group of voluntary members to create a panel, which over the last 6 months has created an evolving document which sets out many of the goals, the statuses and the commitments of the Society towards key EDI&A matters. This is an evolving document, as I say, which works hand in hand to complement the codes of conduct of the Society and the rules of the Society. And these developments span the Society's activities from committee meetings, scientific events, outreach activities, publications, as well as the day-to-day operations of the RMS. Full details will be made available shortly via the website. However, the RMS are keen that this is an ongoing and evolving project and will create a more inclusive environment for the Society's membership. As such, the RMS has taken several steps to engage in this new initiative. So, for example, the RMS website has been updated so that at the bottom of every single page there's a hyperlink to increase accessibility onto the EDI&A webpage, where you'll be able to find all of the kind of progress that we've been doing. It's all minuted so that people can see the decision-making process. There's also an anonymous suggestion box that's been implemented into the website on this page so that every member can provide feedback on this policy. And the science section committees have been very flexible in being able to provide dedicated time during their meetings to be able to discuss EDI&A matters. Some of the key points in this evolving document, but by no means all, are the implementation of open calls for committee membership to diversify representation, a move to hybrids and retention of virtual formats wherever possible. There's now a formal process for members where they can change their names or their titles, or the option to provide pronouns for events. There's closer monitoring and engagement with third parties over data handling, and making accessibility improvements and information readily available for members for events. Should any member of the Society or its affiliates wish to raise any EDI&A matters, they can do so by using the anonymous suggestion box, or they can contact the RMS office directly or go through their committee representatives. Personally, I'm really glad that the RMS has been in full support of this movement, and the Society is committed to keeping it a hot topic in committee and council meetings. And with that, I'll hand back to Alison to maybe say a few words and finish off.
Thanks, Liam. And this is the group that kindly volunteered from the various section committees. So I believe some of the people are here: Greg, Alice, Liam, possibly Natasha is calling in as well, and there may be others. So I apologise for those who have joined via Zoom and I haven't mentioned, but it's been a really active group of people and we really appreciate all the input that you've given so far. So thank you very much to everyone on that group. Thank you, Lynne, for today. And really, it's an ongoing process. We have got this statement, it's there, we are working by it, we're abiding by it, but it will keep evolving. So I don't know, has anyone got any questions for Liam or myself? No? Okay, in which case I'll hand back to Grace. Thanks, Liam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Alison and Lynne. Now we'll start in with the section meetings, and I'd like to introduce Oleg. Great, Chair of AFM and SPM. Thank you.
It's my pleasure really to open this, and we changed our title from the... It's okay?
I think there's a slide for you as well.
Okay. All right, so for that, just enter, whatever. Okay, yeah. It's my pleasure to start this, and we changed our name from Scan Probe Microscopy to AFM, not to start first, right? So, but because people recognize that AFM better than SPM, although we cover a pretty broad range of everything there. So, first of all, apologies for absence, they will be there in the minutes of the meeting. So therefore, also we'd like to approve the minutes of 21 annual general meeting, and if there's no objections, we approve of it. And so then there's no matters arising, and so therefore I would like to highlight a couple of things on the report, which is still will be published on the web, right? So, but and first of all, I would like to say thanks to our deputy chair, it's Jamie Hobbs, and also outgoing vice chair of Sonia Contara, who really did kind of brilliant job for the section there. So for the key event for this year was the virtual RMS, FM and SPM meeting actually it was the hybrid meeting. So therefore, like one day was a hybrid event. So therefore, people were coming in. And it was kind of breaking the ice after the COVID time. So it was like really very well accepted, both by the academic community and also by the companies. And so we had there's the benefits of the hybrid event. So we had this a lot of participants from all over the world, right? So from the States, from Japan, from Netherlands, from Chile. So therefore, which would be very difficult to do otherwise, really, the speakers. And also the companies were really impressed how well it worked, right? So therefore, first they were pretty skeptical, as Alice Pine, who was organizing this meeting, Jamie Hopes, and then they say, okay, it was pretty good. So therefore, and there are several companies like Nanosurf, Hariba, New Nano, Brook, and Park System. They all were very happy with this meeting. And also we had something which is called building our community. So therefore, we tried effectively to have something which other, like light microscopy or electron microscopy have, so building the community of sky and probe microscopy and trying to promote kind of some new developments there. So for the new upcoming meeting so what is happening is that there will be, of course, the next year MMC 2023 with EMAG, and we already have the very nice selection of the chairs and a very good selection of the topics. And the topics, they are coming both from the methodology which is used, but also applications. So therefore, we hope, for example, FM in life sciences will attract some people from the life sciences, right? So, or for example, nanoscale science of materials for energy. So therefore, like attracts people from the EM and other kind of sections of the RMS, right? So therefore, also for the next meeting, so for this meeting, finally, Professor Mervyn Miles, who was elected as an honorary fellow, will be presenting his talk, and we will present the award. And we agreed that it will be next year because there will be all the community there, and it's better than kind of the smaller or like virtual meetings there. So finally, that's regarding the membership, right? So of the committee. So for committee nominations, like were received for the me as a chair and deputy chair Jamie Hopes. And if you don't have any other nominations, kind of we'll kind of move on. And with the committee members nominations, we have Charles Clifford, Ming Don Dong, and Sohini Kar-Narayan, Brian Rodriguez, Stephen Schofield, James Vickery, and Kislon Wojciechowski. And I would say that this year was like very good because we have inquiries regarding membership, like directly from different people. So therefore, some of them kind of very, very fitting. And for example, they're here, some of them in the nomination, some of them probably not directly. Yeah, go ahead.
I just add that was part of our open call for nominations for membership, which we started this
Yeah,
year.
I think it's very good because this effectively attracts people who actually active, so therefore who would like really to work, right? So therefore that, and from this point of view, it's like was very good. Selection there, and as you see, we still have kind of like one member committee nominations to kind of to come sort of under considerations there. So in addition to these nominated committee members, we have following who effectively I would say here that Lorna Dugan was on the committee and she had to step down, doing actually an excellent job also for the outreach committee, and she continues to be there and she'll be co-opted into our committee, and also Laura Fumagalli, who works with InFocus as well, right? So therefore that she will be co-opted, and she's also received a prize from RMS prize kind of recently. So then Vladimir Krolko from Park Systems, and Jacob Patton is as an early career representative. Again, as I say, so therefore this is very good because some of these people, they were kind of self-nominating. So therefore that's very, not self-nominated, but having kind of the approach the committee saying whether they will be there. So if there is no objection, so therefore that will be membership approved. Right. So, okay, finally, I would like to say really, really great thanks to the people who kind of stepped down, and some of them, like Lorna Dugan or Laura Fumagalli, they will be still working with the committees and invited members. But Vishal Panchal from Brooker, so he did actually excellent job, and he kind of moved on on the different part of his career, and he will be very acknowledged by the work. Min Kyung Kang, so she was the member of early career committee. She moved to Australia, and she still continued for some time, but clearly like it was very difficult for her to continue to be on the committee, and she stepped down, and we really kind of appreciate this. David Morgan as well, so therefore was the very good like industrial collaborator for us. So, and finally, so we have I didn't know like whether it's kind of acknowledged or not, so therefore, but names already were here. For example, Alice Pine, she will receive the award for next year. So, and also we put forward Andres Centrone, so another very good combination of the lights microscopy as well as kind of probe microscopy. So he will get the RMS Award, Scientific Achievement Award, like next year. So therefore that was like put by us. I think that's probably it for the agenda. So therefore that's okay. So yeah, yeah. If there is no other business, so therefore like we can just move on. Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Oleg. And I'd like to introduce Martin now, who's going to talk about the data analysis section. Again, really impressive because the focused interest groups come about from members at the grassroots level. This one was so successful, it was asked to become a section. So congratulations.
Thanks very much. So this is my first time doing this. So Chaz covered for me last time in our first ever AGM, so forgive me if I do anything wrong. So agenda for the meeting. So I believe any apologies will be added to the minutes afterwards, so people can read up on that later. There were no matters arising from last time. So the minutes from the previous meeting to be entered. Any objections or suggestions for changes? Right, everyone happy with that? Okay, so then on to my section chair's report, which I'll read from my tablet. So I've been officially the chair for a year. We were existing a little bit before that in the run-up from the transition from being this focused interest group into the full section. And again, thanks for all the support from the RMS team and the community for making that possible and seeing the need for it. It's been a busy and exciting time for the community. It's an ever-growing and changing community. It's been hard years with the pandemic and so on. Everyone's been facing that. Just before I summarise the highlights, I just want to thank our outgoing Vice Chair, Dominic Wraith, who was the one who kind of kick-started the IAFIG and really kind of got the ball rolling. So I think I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him having started it. And also Deputy Chair Chaz Nelson, who we sort of do a double act in our meetings where he message me on chat to hurry up and to take the notes. So yeah, he really keeps the momentum going in the meetings, and we catch up very frequently just to make sure we're not missing anything. So this year, the section saw the launch of the inaugural RMS Data Analysis in Imaging Award, which is a prestigious prize awarded to image analysts who have contributed to advancing the field of data analysis in imaging. I'd like to thank everyone in the committee for their work in ensuring we had a really high calibre of nominations. And I'm pleased to say that the RMS leadership have been kind enough to allow us to have two awards this time, because we couldn't separate the two awardees at our voting, and so the awards, as already mentioned, are going to Dr. Robert Haase from Dresden and Dr. Pete Bankhead from Edinburgh of QPath fame, if anyone's used that, and they'll both be formally commended with their awards at MMC 2023. In terms of ongoing activities, we've set up 2 working groups, one for training and one for a Journal of Microscopy special issue on image analysis. The training working group's led by Stefania Marcotti and Dave Barry, and they've worked with international partners, the Centre for Open Bioimage Analysis and Bioimaging North America, in running a survey on bridging imaging users to imaging analysis, because there's a lot of change going on and we want to make sure that we cover what's needed in the community rather than what 12 people in the room think is useful. And the results of this survey will be used to inform the next steps. It should be being made available fairly soon. The survey closed maybe a month or so, a month or 2 ago. So the special issue working group is led by Rocco D'Antuono and has been speaking to Michelle and various people about how best to get a special issue together for data analysis in imaging. And we really want to encourage researchers working in image analysis to publish in the oldest microscopy journal in the world. We should make more of this. And at a time when RMS is moving to a more open access publishing model, I think image analysis fits quite naturally into that, so hopefully we can help push that forward. Having grown largely from a community of bioimage analysts, thanks to our origins in the IAFIG and before that in the New Bias Initiative, we realised we should probably improve the committee's representation of the physical sciences, so we're sort of self-organised as bioimage analysts. So we made sure that we added people from other parts of the RMS remit to the committee, and also commercial organisations as well, which play a big part in the world of image analysis. We've got members of the DAIM committee on several other RMS science sections and focused interest groups. So image analysis or data analysis in imaging, I should say, covers really everything the RMS does. So it's very important to have fingers in every pie. So we're trying to get as much coverage as possible. And as well as the outreach, professional development and early career committees as well, which are all very important. We've got 3 sessions at MMC 2023, chaired or co-chaired by DAIM committee members. So these are artificial intelligence, chaired by Laura Murphy, microscopy to modelling, co-chaired by Leila Murasan, and reproducibility of data analysis at scale, chaired by Alice Pine. And we're looking forward to some excellent talks there. And then looking ahead, I think we've more or less grown to a steady state size. As you'll see in a minute, we've got quite a lot of members on the committee, but I think it's good to have a lot of momentum going forwards. And we look forward to the outputs of the working groups. We also anticipate we'll need to form other working groups as we identify needs in the community and as the field changes. In general, data analysis, it's a rapidly evolving field. It requires a lot of new technologies, new skills to be assimilated into researchers and technicians' arsenals. And the committee aims to support the developments and also the people who are contributing to those developments. And then just to wrap up, I'd really like to thank everyone at RMS HQ for helping out, especially Alison, Jade Sturdy and her predecessor, Amanda Jarman, who really helped with lots of what we do. Okay, sorry, that was quite long, wasn't it? On to the nominations. So nominations for the officers, so myself as chair and Chaz Nelson as the deputy chair. All good? Okay. And there were no other nominations for officers. So our vice chair was Dominic Waith. He's stepping down after his year of service. So again, we'd very much like to thank him for his contributions. For the ordinary members, we've got very many. So Pete Bankhead, Dave Barry, Stephen Cross, Sián Culley, Rocco D'Antuono, Alan Kidger, Catherine MacArthur, Del Moulding, Leila Murasan, Laura Murphy, Alice Pine, Eric Prestat, Carlos Reyes, Tom Slater, Merrick Strotton and Stefania Marcotti. And Stefania is also representative from the Early Career Committee. Everybody happy with the committee nominations? Okay, so that's all of those formalities. I think it's just any other business from there. any other business for anyone? So I don't know if there are any questions coming in online. I can't see any messages popping up, so hopefully that's okay. Okay, I got the thumbs up from the back. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. And now I'd like to move to the Early Career Committee report, or the AGM, and Liam Rooney again. So thanks, Liam.
Hello again. Okay, so this is us, Early Career Committee. As Martin said, any apologies will be added retrospectively. The matters arising from last year is that there are none. And if we can make a move to approve the minutes of last year, unless there's any amendments, Kill, thank you. That brings me on to my section chair report. So this is my second year as chairing the Early Career Committee, and it's been an enjoyable one with lots of collaboration and new opportunities. It's been great to see so many of our initiatives developed at committee come into fruition as we migrate back to in-person and hybrid events. Our last AGM was held at MMC 2021, and since then the committee's been working hard to promote the interests of early career microscopists and to provide a platform for ECRs to shape the future of the field. The transition out of the COVID-19 pandemic has seen us return to in-person and hybrid events. It was fantastic to hold our first in-person committee meeting in over 2 years in May, and I'm glad to see so many faces at it. However, we're keen to adapt from our 2 years of remote working and to learn from those practices and then kind of implement them in our further committee meetings. So from now on, we plan to have 2 virtual committee meetings per year and 1 in-person meeting per year. And that in-person meeting will not only reduce travel burden for our members, but also act as more of a focal point for the early career calendar. And it's important to mention that our committee agendas have also changed slightly to now, as I said earlier, indoctrinate a specific time to discuss any EDI&A matters that crop up. And I'm really glad that the committee's been on board with that. It's been a great pleasure to assist the committee in organising and sponsoring several initiatives over the last year. The RMS Early Career Award, for example, was run in its 2nd year and will feature as an annual award in line with the other RMS section awards. We agreed to run the 2022 Early Career Award in a virtual format. The applications were commended for their high standard of submission, which made for a very competitive judging process. But we are delighted to be able to announce Katherine Paine as the winner of the 2022 award, and it gives me the privilege to present that award to her later on today. The format of the award moving forward will be discussed at our next committee meeting, so we are all ears on whether it should be virtual, in person, hybrid, bit of both. But I'm just delighted that we can promote the work of other applicants through our Twitter page as well, so the unsuccessful applicants were able to showcase their research as well. We've also been building links with other learned societies to promote knowledge exchange and networking and to increase the international profile of our committee and the society as a whole. For example, we've liaised with our counterparts at the, deep breath, the Microscopical Society of America's Student Council, the German Microscopical Society, the Australian Microscopical and Microanalysis Society, and the Microscopical Society of Canada. And this has led to sponsorship and support of various events, such as at the MSA's flagship M&M conference in Portland this year. We've also had social mixers to integrate the early career committees of all of these societies virtually, and the next one will be in the autumn. Additionally, we've been working closely with colleagues at the Microbiology Society, and this will bring a collaborative event to MMC 2023, which I'm quite excited about. The Microbiology Society have paired up with us to bring their members to MMC to attend dedicated sessions related to microbiology. And I'm thankful that this collaboration has a full backing of the RMS and the Microbiology Society, with them offering similar joint activities in future events, such as their flagship conference in 2024. We've continued to support other ECR-focused events and sessions at high-impact meetings such as EM UK, ELMI and Flow Cytometry UK, and will continue to support our offer of sponsorship and organisation for other ECR-focused events. The committee have also been supportive in creation of a special issue for the Journal of Microscopy, and that should hopefully be online soon. We're waiting on one final paper just coming in on that one. Laura Clark and I have been working with Jill Hobbs to bring that special issue together, and I'd really like to thank Jill and the rest of the journal team for all of their assistance. Moreover, we've continued to support the Technical Tea Breaks initiative, which was first set up by Georgina and Nicola Lawrence and Alex Sosick, and all of those videos I think are on YouTube now, so please go and check them out, they're quite cool. And this committee is also thankfully in full support of the RMS's and Bioimaging UK's full support of the UKRI Technicians Commitment, which affects many early career members. I'd like to say thank you to all the committee members who've worked extremely hard on these initiatives this year, despite many of them finishing their PhDs, transitioning to new roles in industry or academia or beyond, or moving indeed around the world as part of their careers. As such, several members of the committee have requested to step down from their positions. I'd like to thank Minkyung Kang, Nairi Manukian and Daniel Kelly for all of their time, dedication and hard work as part of the committee, particularly over the last 2 years of the pandemic. I'd like to specifically mention all the hard work of Emma McDermott. She single-handedly keeps our Twitter page up and running, and she does a fantastic job tweeting stuff every day, and it really keeps our membership engaged with us as well. We've had several recent additions to the committee, which I'll come on to in a second. However, I'd like to offer our new members a preemptive warm welcome to our next meeting, which will be on the 4th of October. Finally, I'd like to say thank you to the whole RMS office for all of their support, particularly to Alison, to Jade and to Tor for all of their assistance over the last year. And I'd like to say a thank you to our Deputy Chair, Yan Ping. I don't know where she is, but thank you very much for all of your support at committee, section chairs and council meetings. Your assistance and organisation has made my job a lot easier, and it keeps open lines of communications to drive things forward. All the other RMS science sections, the InFocus team, particularly Rhiannon and Owen, the Exec Committee and the RMS Council have all been really supportive of whatever we try and do as early career researchers, and it's something that I'm really passionate about, and I really want to thank all of those groups on behalf of myself and the committee for all of their support. So that brings me to our nominations. So myself and Yan Ping are due to serve for another year, and no other nominations were received. Unless there's any objections, I'll swiftly move on before I get fired. The committee nominations stand as on screen. So we have Bea, Laura, Shelley, Irene, Shuri, Emma, Stefania and Rhiannon. And there's more of us. We have Colin from the US, Jacob, Heba, Rebecca, Marcus, Akash, Chung, Jenny and Tim. No other nominations were received, and I take it we can accept all these new members. Yes, good. And I don't have any other business, unless anyone else does. Perfect. Okay, thank you very much.
Now I'd like to introduce Kerry Thompson. She's the ONSEC for Outreach and Education, and this is one of the real pillars of RMS activities. They're known all over the world for outreach and education. So thanks.
Hello, everyone. So it's great to be back in person again. It's been a while, and so happy to see so many people in the room who I recognise, which is great. So, like Liam, I would like to note the apologies will be minuted in online in the report, and are there any comments from last year's documentation? No. Okay, so moving forward, then I would like to just put my report for 2021 November to September 2022. Okay, oops. Oh, go back. Right, so again, initially I would like to thank Dr. Alex Ball, who stepped in for me as my deputy chair whilst I was on maternity leave. And I feel like we have a little bit of deja vu. This also happened last year. So thanks, Alex, for 2 years running, having my back, which is great. And again, we continue to get to grips with the COVID aftermath, you know, whatever is going on in the world. And it's just been such a stressful time, I think, for us all. So moving forward, we were hoping, again, to very much start to enjoy in-person activities and events. And I'm going to present on some of the things that we've been doing over the last 12 months. Okay, so they include our 3 constitutive pillars, which are the microscope activity kits, the RMS diploma, our continuous professional development and public engagement. Okay, so the MAC scheme relaunched in 2021, with the kits being reissued to schools, as Michelle has mentioned to you earlier today. And our latest records indicate that a phenomenal 134,624 children have gained access to a mat since its inception, which is absolutely crazy, right? It's wonderful. So we have received wonderful uplifting feedback as part of this, particularly in the last 12 months. I think teachers and educators were just so pleased to be able to reinstate this programme in their schools. And just two wonderful examples of that are, we love the kit and all the activities, just perfect and so beautifully organised. This was the most fantastic learning opportunity and I would not hesitate to recommend to anyone at all. And the next one, all children in every class loved using real scientific equipment. So many positive comments were overheard, for example, lots of best lesson ever, miss. Okay, so I think as zealots, as part of the microscopy community, we can all appreciate how much children can learn from this and how really, really, really exciting and how wonderful it is. Okay, so we have also evolved the scheme to include these home education kits, which due to popularity are now being loaned out for half terms. So these are 6-week periods. And these kits are booked up until early July 2023, and we will start to take bookings in September to December, in January 2023. Okay, so keep an eye on that if you're interested. As always, we would like to thank our partners in Oxfordshire Employment and County Print Finishers, and without their help and assistance, we wouldn't be able to run the programme. So I'd like to take this opportunity to publicly thank them for their dedication and hard work, specifically mentioning Andrew and his staff. And without them, we wouldn't be able to guarantee the high standard and quality assurance checks that are carried out on the kits prior to resending to the schools. A process which has become all the more challenging really since COVID-19. We'd like to also thank all of our partner academic societies, including the Scottish Microscopy Society and the Microscopy Society of Ireland, who continue to avail and participate in the scheme and distribute kits to their own local networks. And these partners provide invaluable feedback to us and help immensely with the provision of this education and training in the field of microscopy for primary school and junior scientists. We also have continued to work to support our members in other professional and academic societies to develop their own microscopy related outreach and education packages, and we welcome future interactions and collaborations in the future. So please, if you know anyone who's interested and would like to get in touch with us, just reach out. So the second programme, which we can wonderfully highlight in our schools outreach, is relatively new. And this is the Portable Scanning Electron Microscope scheme, which is officially known as Hitachi High-Tech America's STEM Education Outreach Programme. And this has been led by Dr. Alex Ball and Dr. James Perkins. And it's very much a collaboration between these four parties, including the RMS, Hitachi High-Tech America, Oxford Instruments, and the Institute for Research in Schools, or IRIS. So over the past 2 years, this programme has been a stamping success and has delivered loans to 27 schools and 2 museums, leading to well over 8,000 user projects. Okay, let's just reflect on that. 8,000 user projects in 2 years. So that is huge. Over 800 student projects have been completed, and students have presented their data at 2 IRIS conferences, which was spread over 4 venues and online. Furthermore, participants have their data at, submissions at the Big Bang Fair, where a student from Liverpool Life Sciences was awarded the Young Scientist of the Year. In addition, over 120 teachers and science technicians have learned to use the microscope. Distinct differences between state and public school usage of the instruments have been observed, where state schools are largely focusing on their own students and maximising the amount of teaching and research time, where private schools have tended to focus on outreach with other schools. The pilot programme is currently still running, but unfortunately Hitachi will have to withdraw one of the SEMs back to the US at the end of 2022. There are currently 18 schools on the waiting list to take part. And the project team's next mission is to secure funding to advance and carry on the programme and to enable the independent purchase of instruments to continue its success. So this is something we hope to work on in the coming months and into the next year. Okay, so the next pillar I'll present on is the diploma and CPD, and again Michelle alluded to these in the earlier discussions. We currently have 7 diploma students which are progressing very well through their studies. Dr. Susan Brooks, who chairs the RMS Qualifications Committee, and Dr. Marie Kukulski, along with our wonderful Kate, met with the candidates during the summer, and they virtually presented their progress updates. And we are very, very pleased to say that the standard of work again was extremely high, and we would like to thank all the mentors and supervisors for their continued support, and again encourage you to reach out to your communities, and if you have particular people in your institutes or departments that may be interested in taking part in the diploma to please encourage them to do so. And we are thrilled to be presenting Craig Halliday with his diploma in MMC, and we wish to congratulate him on his completion and wish him every success in his future career. 3 summer studentship were awarded this year in the fields of life and physical sciences, and again the projects took place once again in laboratories across the country. So we hope to see some of these project reports published and in focus over the next few months, and again well done to all the participants and their supervisors. The Professional Development and Training Focused Interest Group has launched an RMS mentoring scheme, and this is something we're very, very proud of. Applications are now being invited for participation in either personal mentoring or application in the application coaching stream. So we urge you again to go and check out the website. And thanks again to Georgina for being such a big driver behind this. And it's really wonderful to have this up and running. Prospective mentors and mentees are encouraged to come forward with more information available. And I would like to congratulate everyone really for really taking the time to get this off the ground. I think it's a really invaluable resource. And the RMS continues to host these global microscopy and imaging seminar series virtually. And this format has again continued to engage our community whilst we haven't been to meet in person. And I like that the public engagement side of things has taken a turn, unfortunately, you know, with such a lack of in-person events over the past 12 months. But we do sincerely hope to be able to increase our presence and participation at these types of meetings over the coming time. And with that's pretty much it. So on behalf of Alex and I would like to say a huge thank you to everyone who was so giving of their time and enthusiasm to the events that have taken place over this period, and specifically to all the members who continue to really contribute to this vibrant committee. I would like to take some time also to just really thank all the RMS staff who, you know, without them, we wouldn't be able to really participate or contribute to all the wonderful things that we do. So very much thank you for them, and I'd ask for a round of applause as well for the staff. We wouldn't be able to do it without you. Okay, so that's all the formalities. We have no matters arising. We've delivered our report. So these are the officers. Okay, so again, with the open call, we have received no other nominations, so I will be staying on as chair and Alex will be deputy chair. And we propose, yeah, thank you, Michelle. And the committee nominations again for this year. So like the early career, we have a really, really broad, diverse committee membership, and it's really wonderful. And it's such a great pleasure actually working with all these people. It's a wonderful job. So we have Susan Anderson, Anna Baldusheva, Jacqueline Bond, Susan Brooks, Joel Cohn, Oliver Clark, Lorna Duggan, Owen Green, Jan Pingot, Rob Kessler, and Marika Kulski, Dale Moulding, Negan Arwali, Pete Nellist, James Perkins, Peter Sainsbury, and Andrew Scott. Okay, yeah, everyone okay with that? Wonderful, thank you, seconded. And we have no other nominations, and I don't have any other business. Does anyone have any questions or anything that you would like to raise? No? Okay, with that, that is adjourned. And I would like to also tap the gavel. That's okay. Can I? Thank you.
Thanks so much, Carrie. That was great. And now the next section is the electron microscopy annual section meeting. And I'd like to introduce Asa Barber, the section chair.
That's great. Thank you. Just go to the next one. I need space. I need to move the hammer. I need a ceremonial hammer mover. So yes, I'm Asa Barber. I'm the EM section chair. I'll probably kick off by saying it's just great to be here. I think it's great to be in this location. I think the Royal Society of Chemistry is a really interesting building. If you walk along the stairs, you've got the stained glass. You tend not to see it say Royal Society. It's a bit, but I think it's a really interesting building to kind of conduct this event. So thank you to the organisers. Yeah, I'll try and go through the standard agenda to make it as entertaining as possible, being about 5th or 6th in the list. So as people have said, apologies will appear in the minutes. So we'll go through. Yeah, so that's confirmed in that item. Item number 2, we should not have any particular points. So I'd like to receive and adopt the minutes last AGM. Thumbs up from the front. It's good enough for me. If we go to item number 3, I don't think we have any matters arising. Not seeing anything. That's great. So let's go to item number 4 for the EM section. It's probably the meat of the section, or if you're a vegan, the corn of the section perhaps. I've actually got a bit of a challenge here because I'm going to do all of this from memory. Jade's looking at me very nervous because at one point I'll probably get lost and say, Jade, where am I? So I'm going to try. I promise I'll try not to do that. No, I'm going to do it by memory. That's the challenge. And I think it's been a really interesting last 12 months, and I'm kind of grouping this into really events, discussion we've had in the committee, and really finish it off with thank yous. I think I'd like to draw attention to I guess, four main quite different events that we've run within the sections. Not everything, but I wanted to draw attention. So about 12 months ago, we had Chris Parmenter from the University of Nottingham, who delivered probably one of our first events of the previous 12 months, titled All Things Cryo. And this was quite an interesting event because it was supposed to be a very kind of technical skills-based, how you do things. And Chris said, yeah, it's going to be virtual. And I probably represent the other members of the section, looking to people like Paul here. Maybe we thought, is this really a good idea that we want to do this virtually? But it was actually a big success. And there was lots of very positive feedback. It was attended quite well. And then towards the end of 2021, probably another major event was our one-day SEMT meeting, which is very traditional in the calendar type of meeting. Got a bit of a holiday feel because it's just before Christmas. And I think it's a really nice event. Very diverse set of lectures. And we also hosted the RMS Beginners competition. Again, very diverse, people looking at everything from snails' retina to rocks to looking how to redesign their electron microscope, which I was always really surprised that we had, say, PhD students that were allowed to actually tinker within their EM columns to try and talk about it. So I was quite impressed that some of that activity was going on. But that was at the Natural History Museum. And then I think in the new year, January, we had EM UK, which I urge you to go to the program. This was a virtual event, but the program was really dynamic. Lots of different ideas that were incorporated into the event. Again, very well attended. We had, I think it was organised by Paul Vicada, Alex Ball, and Pippa Hawes. And I had the pleasure to welcome the annual EM lecture that was delivered by Professor Jim Naismith, who's director of the Rosalind Franklin Institute. And that was a really interesting, there were all sorts of sessions on kind of early career to industrial engagement. So I urge you all to look at that program. And it was because of that virtual, maybe it gave people the creativity to try new things. And then in the summer, I'd probably draw attention to Frontiers in Bioengineering, which was a physical event hosted in Birmingham. Lots of people organised it, but Leandro from the section was one of the drivers there. And again, for a new event, physical event, very well attended. I think the last numbers, we had 98 delegates. And it was essentially looking at microscopy, how it could solve problems in human health. But I think what I want to do, just by giving an overview of those events, to give a reflection on how diverse the type of events we delivered, from kind of skills-based workshops that were virtual to maybe more traditional, come along into a hotel and here's a bunch of people talking about their research. And it was very mixed, kind of half were virtual, half were physical. And I think we went into this not really knowing what would work and what wouldn't work, because I think this environment is very unusual. We are post-lockdown, but we're still trying to understand how to engage effectively with our community. And I think we did a really good job in trying a whole bunch of different things. And I think for the last 12 months, they all worked out really well. There was a lot of positive engagement when we tried all of these different things. But I think as a section, we're still learning. We're still not saying, yeah, we've nailed this. We absolutely understand exactly what's going to work in the next 12 months. Not at all. So I think there's still a lot of a learning process and how we can engage effectively with our various communities. I think just on the second point, we've had lots of discussions within the section. I think 2 points we've discussed at length is particularly around training and skills, and that continues to be discussed within the section. The other is we had quite extensive discussions on EDI&A. Sometimes they've been a bit fraught, perhaps. But I think that's been really positive, that as you've seen in the previous slides, that's come out of the section, and it's a bigger discussion that we've been able to engage in. So I'm really happy to see that's happened. I think actually there's a lot more happening in training that maybe hasn't been resolved, and there's a lot of discussions that are going on around that. And then I think just in the final point is in terms of thanks, and I think I'd like to thank Mike Ashton and Gareth Jackson that came to the end of their tenures on the section, so I'd like to thank them for their efforts. My next slides will talk about what's happening within the section. But I think as well, I'd like to draw attention a little bit, and I'll kind of recall, I must have been co-opted over about 10 years ago by, I think Debbie was responsible for the Asa Barber RMS car crash that started quite a long time ago. But when I recall, things were a lot simpler. There were fewer. You've seen there were fewer sections. There weren't these focused interest groups. But if we reflect on what's going on now, there's very much an increased level of complexity on how the RMS is engaging and the types of activities it's having to do. And I'd like to really thank both, obviously, on the section, there's obviously people that are volunteers. They volunteer their time in this increasingly complex environment. And I think we've all acknowledged, and I want to also acknowledge the great work that the RMS staff do. But I think it's worth acknowledging that the team is quite small as a society, and it's doing, I think, a fabulous job when we're trying to pull it probably in all directions to say, hey, yeah, let's try some virtual super duper hybrid skills-based conference thing. And I think RMS are able to, the staff are really great at absorbing and saying, let's try and support this, because this is the best thing we need to do to engage with the community. So I think that comes to the end of my section chair's report, item 4. Jade's not frowning at me, so from memory, I don't think I've forgotten anything massive. Apologies if I have. And I'd like to go on to item 5 and go on to the next slide. So this is quite complicated. So the current nominations are for me as chair and the absolutely outstanding Becky Thompson as deputy. So I'm looking for approval. Approved. Thank you very much. And then if I go to the committee nominations, so there's been a little bit of movement and, let's say, refresh. So you can see we now have Jemima, Louise, Mark, Leandro, Chris, Natasha, Law, and Paul. I'd just like to highlight that Jemima, Louise, and Mark are new nominations here. So I'd like to seek approval for that. Thumbs up from the front, that's great. And I'd really like to welcome Jemima, Louise, and Mark, and I really look forward to working with them in the section in the future. Right, I am going to actually use some notes for this, because this is where I can really slip up. It's very complicated. So other nominations, we also have, here we go, yeah. We also have Roland Fleck, Patricia Gogging, Jeremy Rees, and Thomas Walter. I'd like to draw attention that Roland, Jeremy, and Thomas are very experienced members within RMS, so it's a pleasure that they're involved, and their experience is going to be really invaluable in the future 12 months. Patricia has been really great, and she is also representative of ASEM, which is not aberration corrected EM, but it's the Association of Clinical Electron Microscopists. The section has had a history of engaging. People might remember Anthony Page from Southampton some time ago was a representative there. So it's a real pleasure to have Patricia involved there. Yeah. Did I seek approval for that? Yeah. If I didn't, I've got double thumbs up. We also have, we have Emma McDermott, who's co-opted as the early career representative, and that's while Jennifer Simpson is on maternity leave. We also have a whole bunch, so it's a really busy committee. I was talking about complexity, and there's kind of details. We have Ursula Bangert, who's invited to our section, and she represents the Microscopical Society of Ireland. But I think that was a push from the section to have more formal sort of international representation on the section. We've got Martin Jones, who's invited to attend to represent the data analysis and imaging section. Liz Duke, who is now also an international representative because she's moved over to Germany, there to represent Council and the X-ray FIG. We also have Alex Ball, which I've forgotten what he represents most of the time because he represents so much, but it tells me here that he represents the professional training and professional development and training FIG. So that concludes those sections. So if I just finish on the final item 7, any other business, which I do not believe we have any. So that concludes the EM section. Thank you for listening to me, and I'll get to bang the hammer. Thank you.
Yes, thumbs up, Lisa. Okay. Anyway, the last but not least is the Engineering and Physical Sciences Section AGM, and that will be presented by the section chair, Roland Kroger.
Thank you very much, Grace. Yes, I'm going to present the work of our section in the last year. I have to add that we have changed in the last meeting our name. We added materials to the physical sciences, so we are now engineering, physical and material sciences. So that's the label. So, and just to start with that one, first of all, I would like to see that there are no, well, the minutes, we have to talk about the minutes. Is there any? Oh, yes, sorry, yes, here we go. Doesn't go automatically. So I'm the last one before the lunch break, so I try to make it smooth. So any comments on the minutes of the 2021 meeting? Fantastic. Then I see no matters arising. And then I would like to continue with the report. So our section represents, I would say, the broader and more interdisciplinary aspects of RMS activities. And so we have a lot of members in our section that are not necessarily focused on specific tools, but actually are interested in making these tools available in the context of collaborations across the disciplines. And you will see that this is actually one of the key points of this section, that we are actually focusing very much on interdisciplinary activities, particularly across the, let's say, physical, material science and life science interface. So we were affected, like everybody else, of course, by COVID. So our activities were to a large degree then online activities at the beginning. We try to move now increasingly towards activities that are in phase. Let me see. Yeah. Okay. Just wanted to highlight a few activities in our section because I think that gives you an idea of where we are going and where we're coming from. So on the left-hand side, we had a really successful event organized by Nairi, Duncan, and I was involved there as well, on the microscopy and microanalysis in geological and archaeological sciences, which was extremely well received. We had about 135 participants throughout 2 days. I think that was a really fantastic event and led actually to the organization of a session at the MMC next year by NIRE that will focus on the archaeological materials. Secondly, we have been also involved quite a bit, or I personally have been involved in the organization of the International Microscopy Lecture Series. And fortunately, Grace was super helpful in pushing this. And I would like to highlight here one aspect that I find particularly interesting. It says International Microscopy Lecture Series. At the moment, we have 3 international societies, microscopy societies involved. Besides the RMS, there is the Israeli Microscopy Society and the Canadian Microscopy Society. And we are also aiming to enhance that and broaden that up to the Brazilian Society. And we will see that new events will be organized. We had actually quite a number of very high-profile speakers. I was quite pleased to see the perceptivity here. We had actually Professors Peter Hirsch, Joachim Frank, Ray Edgerton, Ricardo Enriquez, Philip Batson, Benjamin Geiger, Danny Schechtman, and Jennifer Lippincott-Schwartz in the last and first series, and that was extremely well attended. We had about 150 to 300 attendees in those lectures, so quite an achievement. So this, apart from these activities, we had also as one highlight engagement by Anna Baldikeva. She's the deputy chair of this section. She's also, as you could see, a member of the outreach section, and she has been organizing, she wrote something down on this event for me on outreach. She has organizing an event on ancient Egypt edutainment that involved 60 children from low-income households in Southampton, supported by the City Council and the University of Southampton, where children were learning about the history and science of ancient Egypt through various activities, and a Chanukah edutainment event for 60 children supported by PJ Library. This included traditional celebration elements under the microscope. Children were learning how to use optical and digital microscopes and explored grains of sand, oils, leaves, and insects. And so Anna told me that this event was extremely well received, and it looked like this is going to continue in the future. I think these are the activities that will enhance the profile of the RMS in the future as well. We are trying to engage on many levels, on the societal levels. So these were past events. I would like to just give a bit of an outlook of what we are currently engaging with, specifically the MMC 2023. We have a number of sessions that are organized by members of our section. So EPMS members were making, I think, quite a bit of an impact there. We have sessions organized by Doan Osakaya and Julia Parker on multiscale and correlative microscopy, Shangli Song on focused ion beam. Julia Parker will jointly with Liz Duke organize an X-ray techniques focus session there. NIRE, as I mentioned before, will organize a session on archaeological materials. Alison Parkin, which is not a member of the section, but we were inviting her to organize a session on sustainability and carbon net zero. So I think that shows that we have quite a lot of cross-disciplinary interactions and activities that will hopefully make an impact for the future. We're also very proud that Natalie Reznikov, who was a former member of our section, will be awarded the RMS Award for Innovation in Applied Microscopy for Engineering, Physical and Material Sciences, to honor in particular her engagement in using electron microscopy-based techniques to obtain 3D information on biomineralizing systems and making use of machine learning approaches there. And secondly, I want to highlight that Shangli Zhong is also a member of our section, will be awarded the Vice President's Medal for her contribution to the wider microscopy community. So, and we have members engaged in focused interest groups. In particular, Julia Parker is engaging with Liz Duke on the focused interest group on X-ray based techniques. We have, what else is here? So Beverly Inkson is still, I think, involved in the establishment of a focused interest group on ion beam microscopy. Activities of this focused ion beam include focused interest group. You see where my mind is, huh? So these activities include creating a roadmap, surveying the UK community to find out what is needed, and looking at potential links with other FIGs. Further, we have an initiative that was led by Fabio Nudelmann, member of our section, who is also now on the board of the Journal of Microscopy, so reaching out there as well. And myself, we were successful in proposing a Faraday discussion to take place in 2025, which will focus on multi-scale imaging of mineralization processes. And this will be a cross-disciplinary event, including characterization techniques bridging the length scales. It will also address key questions regarding the mechanism of different biomineralizing systems relevant for a variety of fields, such as biomedicine, geochemistry, and archaeology. So finally, I already mentioned the activities of Anna in the area of outreach. So she has been highly active in this field, and I want to mention here in this context also Owen Green. You could see that he's now a member still of the outreach committee. He has stepped down as a member of our committee because he's also retiring. And so I want to thank at this stage for the long year contributions that he made to the RMS, and I think we should all be very grateful for that. So, and finally, I would like to express my gratitude for the engagement of our committee members and the outstanding, I would say, I mean, we have heard that many times today, but I really can only underpin that, the outstanding work of the RMS staff members. So Jade and Alison and Tor helping us along organizing these events. They are absolutely vital to make them successful, or as successful as they were. So that actually brings me then to the end of the report. So, and up to the officers. So I'm the chair, and Anna Baldikova will continue another year as deputy chair. Our current committee nominations are Trevor Almeida, Dan Haspel, Nairi Manukian, Igor Meklinski, Jane Woolrich, Manfred Schuster, Julia Parker, and Fabio Nudelmann. So no other nominations received. And further, we will have co-opted members. So Beverly will still stay on the committee, Duncan Moore, Chang Li Zhang, and Marcus Yo. Oops. That actually brings me then to the end. I have no other business. I can. Thank you so much. I was so keen to do that. It's lunchtime.
So it's me again. Just another little thank you. We have mentioned in passing the focused interest groups, and normally all the sections we've seen today. In fact, we haven't seen all of the sections because 3 of our sections have already held their AGMs earlier in the year. So that was the LM section was at Frontiers in Bioimaging. So Gail McConnell is the chair of the LM section. Teresa Ward is the chair of the Life Sciences section. Their AGM was also at Frontiers in Bioimaging. And Karen Hogg is the chair of the Flow Cytometry section. And their AGM was at Flow Cytometry UK. They were all in-person meetings in July. So that was brilliant that we were able to do that in person. As well as the sections, we do have focus interest groups, and they don't give a formal report as such, but I just wanted to say thank you to the people who are running those. Again, some of those people are here. So we have the Mass Spectrometry Focus Interest Group, which is Greg McMahon, so thank you, Greg. Iron Beam Fib, we just talked about, which was Beverly Inkson, so thank you, Beverly, if you're watching. We have Quality Control FIG, which is run by Alex Lord and Glyn Nelson. And we have the Professional Development and Training FIG, which has been run by Alex Ball, which I believe he's working with Alex Sosick to take over. But I think Alex Ball is definitely going to stay involved with that. I hope I haven't forgotten any. But thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Alison. And again, yes, stress the focused interest groups are a way that members that have common interests that would like to see maybe more involvement or more of a presence within RMS have the flexibility to do that. Oh, yes. Yes, okay, yes. Thanks. So those have been going incredibly well, and I'd like to thank all of the FIG chairs that are here today and all the FIG members, and encourage people to get involved. So that's great. And thanks to all the section chairs for the AGMs. And I think we're 7 minutes early. This could be a record. So I guess it's time for lunch. I've already done the gavel. So we will reconvene because we have a really interesting program this afternoon, a mixture of some fabulous lectures and awards that will be presented, our ONFELs, and early career. So with that, I'd like to invite everybody to go for lunch, and we'll reconvene at 2 p.m. I think 2:30. 2:30. Was that 2 or 2:30? Great. Okay, welcome back. I hope you had a lovely lunch and a bit of a lunch break. And now we're going to start the afternoon session, which is extremely interesting, and been looking forward to this for several years. So we're going to start off with a lecture by Professor Sohini Kar-Narayan. She's a professor of device and energy materials in the Department of Materials Science at the University of Cambridge. And she received her PhD in physics from IIT Bangalore in 2009. She's received many awards, a Dorothy Hodgkins Fellowship, European Research Council grant, and was named, in 2021, was named as one of the top 50 women in engineering by the Women's Engineering Society. Her research focuses on functional nanomaterials for applications in energy, sensing, and biomedicine. So she's truly interdisciplinary. And she's also co-founder and director of Artiosense Limited, which is a Cambridge University spin-out that seeks to commercialize microfluidic force sensing technology for applications in orthopedic surgery. And she received some awards for this as well, and is a fellow of Clare College. So it's my great honor to introduce you for your lecture. Thanks.
Thank you very much for the wonderful introduction. If you just give me a minute, I have a feeling I've pulled up the wrong presentation here. Oh, this is the one. Apologies. There we go. That's it. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you again for the lovely introduction, and thanks to the organizers for having me here. So I am part of the AFM and SPM section, and so I thought I'd speak to you, well, tell you a little bit about the work that we do in my group, and how SPM in particular, scanning probe microscopy in particular, plays a seminal role in all of this. So I work in what's called the device materials group. So as the name suggests, we work on materials for specific applications in devices. So it's a really, we're really looking at the application side of things. And as you can see from my title, which is quite a mouthful. Oh, I think I've run out of battery on the... It's working. A lot of our applications are in the area of energy harvesting, sensing, and also biomedical applications. And so where does SPM feature in all of this? So before I tell you that, I thought I'd just start first. I always like to start with this slide to acknowledge my group members, who are, who are really the students, the postdocs who make all of this possible. So we are a very interdisciplinary group, as you can imagine. So we've got material scientists, physicists, engineers, biologists, and very broadly speaking, we are developing devices which can harvest energy from the ambient environment, be it in the form of mechanical energy or thermal energy, converting this into electrical energy for use in various types of sensors. Often, the idea is to make these sensors self-powered. And at the heart of all of this, of course, we have the materials that we're developing, and these are typically polymer-based. And they're functional polymers. So when I say functional, I mean they're responsive to either temperature, stress, humidity. They produce an electrical response, which is what we're interested in. So we work with a lot of functional polymers. We're interested in making devices, and in particular, we're interested in making devices that are flexible, stretchable, etc. And so we do a lot of printed electronics. So we develop these materials, we develop inks out of these materials, and then we print them into devices. We're also looking at ways by which some of these functional polymers interact with biology, and I'll show you an example of that towards the end of my talk. But again, at the heart of all of this, we've got the devices on one side, but at the core, we'd like to understand what is it that makes polymers or these materials behave differently at the nanoscale than they do at the bulk. And for that, we use advanced nanoscale characterization techniques, particularly scanning probe microscopy techniques. So I just wanted to say, my love affair with SPM goes back a long, long time. My PhD was on scanning tunneling microscopes. I built 3 during my time there. And I was looking at a completely different material system. We were working with magnetic, or these manganites that could be used for memory devices. I've since moved on to, new kinds of materials, but it's quite striking to me, and I'm quite happy that I've been able to carry these techniques with me till this day. And I'll give you a glimpse of some of the ways we do this in my group. So very broadly speaking, in my group, we work on materials for energy, sensing, and for biomedical devices. As I mentioned, right at the heart of all of this is we're looking at functional polymers that we can use for these applications. We work at the nanoscale, and hence the need for nanoscale characterization. We use additive manufacturing, so I touched on some of the printing techniques that we use to go from sort of materials to devices, and that's why we've got device engineering and, of course, a bit of product design. So for today's talk, of course, I'm going to focus on nanoscale characterization, and just to give you sort of a broad overview as to why the kind of materials and the kind of applications we're looking at. As I mentioned, we are trying to develop sensors which can be implanted or embedded, wireless sensors which can sort of seamlessly blend into our environments and report on vital physical parameters. But how do we power these? So essentially, these are the so-called Internet of Things type devices. How do we power these without relying on batteries which need recharging or replacing? And so we turn to the environment that we're in, and I'm particularly interested in vibrational or thermal energy in the ambient environment, which we can tap into. So in order to go from sort of mechanical energy in vibrations to electrical energy, one of the easiest way to do this is to use piezoelectric materials, which you might probably already know of these materials if you apply strain to them, if you stress them, or apply some stress to them, you can generate a voltage in response. And it works the other way around as well. You can apply voltages to these materials or electric fields to these materials, and they will change shape. Now, typically, if you think of piezoelectric materials, these are ceramic in nature, so you might have come across, and a lot of them have lead, so like lead zirconium titanate, barium titanate, etc. Which are great, but not very useful for vibrational energy harvesting necessarily in the way that we're thinking of it, because they're stiffer and more prone to mechanical failure. So we turn to piezoelectric polymers, which there are quite a few of these out there. They're not quite as high performing as the ceramic counterparts, except as we found out if you work at the nanoscale. So this is actually my first PhD student, and together we came out. We found out that if you confine these piezoelectric polymers during their growth, so if you use nano confinement, you can actually really start to manipulate their crystallinity, the phases, etc., such that you can get much higher piezoelectric responses. So for instance, in this seminal work here, we show that you could get a mechanical to electrical energy conversion efficiency of 11% for this particular polymer. If you worked, just to put that into perspective, for a film of the same material, that would be about 0.5%. So a massive increase in the efficiency. And part of the reason is because at these length scales, you can really control, as I mentioned, things like crystallinity and the phase that you're working with, which is very important. One of the things we discovered is that these nanowires, which we grew, were self-poled. And that's also very important because in order for a piezoelectric material to be piezoelectric, you actually have to get the dipoles in this material aligned. And that typically requires very, very high electric fields, thousands of kilovolts per centimeter. We didn't need any of that. Turns out our wires came out self-poled. And the way we discovered this was actually using scanning probe microscopy. So it's very important for device design, for us at least, to understand the electromechanical properties. And we turn to piezo response force microscopy because we're working with piezoelectric materials. So in this particular type of microscopy, so it's AFM based, your sample is between your AFM probe and a substrate, and you can apply an electric field across through the sample via the cantilever and substrate, the probe and the substrate, and this causes a deformation in your sample, which is your piezoelectric response, and this is how you measure the piezoelectric response. So we did this for our polymer nanowire. So the material in question is PVDF, polyvinylidene fluoride, which is very popular piezoelectric polymer. And we straight away found that if you looked at film, so the images on the left are topography images, so that's just a bare film. If you looked at the film without any polling, you barely have any piezoelectric response. This is the PFM image. The bit in the middle is actually where we polled it with the probe itself. So we applied a really high voltage to the probe, and then you can see that you can once you've polled it, it has a piezoelectric response. However, when it comes to the nanowires, even without polling, as you can see, so this image is without, where we've applied no electric field, there is already a piezoelectric response present, which tells us that there is a self-polling in these nanowires, which is really, really important for us. Of course, if you then apply an electric field, as we've done in this case, you can then further change the direction of the polling. But primarily, the polling direction is along the length of the nanowires, which is why these, they're self-polled along the growth direction of the nanowires. Now, it turns out that standard PFM, as you probably could see, is a contact. It requires contact between a very sharp tip and your sample, and this works perfectly well for bulk samples, for films, etc. But when you start to work with nanowires, and particularly polymer nanowires, a sharp tip kind of scanning across the sample is not the best. There are problems that arise. First of all, you might end up just destroying the sample during the scanning process, or often you might just displace it. So it's actually quite hard to keep nanowires in place while doing these experiments. So what we did, and this is a postdoc of mine who's now a faculty at the Technion in Israel, we came up with a new method by which we came up with a new PFM technique, which would allow us to characterize the piezoelectric properties of these materials in a non-destructive way. And the way we did that is, rather than scan the tip continuously, we tapped it. So we did what is known as intermittent contact AFM. But while we were doing that, we applied a very large AC field at a much higher frequency to the DC field that we would normally use to generate a piezoelectric response, such that each time we made contact during the tapping, we would be able to map out what the piezoelectric response was at this much higher frequency. So there was a lot of sort of high-speed data capture and then sort of trying to deconvolute the various aspects, but this really led us to start very confidently looking at these polymer nanosystems in detail. So this led us to other piezoelectric polymers, which have been known for a while, but again, due to various reasons, they haven't made it into applications. One such class of materials are the nylons or the polyamides. So these are, certain polyamides, the odd-numbered nylons are piezoelectric. They have piezoelectric properties because they have a dipole along the molecular chain. And if you make films or work with bulk nylon, these are hygroscopic. The piezoelectric properties aren't quite as strong as you'd like them to be. So we went through our nano confinement treatment to grow these materials within the pores of a template. So this work was done again with a previous postdoc of mine, Anuja Datta. And what we showed again was that using this sort of nano confinement based method, you could start to zero in on the exact crystalline phase that you need to get the piezoelectric properties, which is harder to control if you're working in the bulk. And in fact, this was another of my PhD students. We did a lot of work. I'm not going to be able to talk about all of these different processes, but basically by changing things like the temperature, the concentration, how we nucleate these materials within these nano-confined spaces, how we grow them, we can actually play around with the phases that we get at the other end. So in this particular example, for instance, I show you various XRD spectra of nylon grown from the same starting material, but then grown using different processes, and you end up with, as you can see, different crystalline phases. But what does this mean in practice? It means that when you then go and do your PFM studies on these, each of these will give you a different response. So here's a typical piezo response force image again that we generate. So we apply different bias voltages and look at the displacement from these samples. And you can see that in these three different sort of nylon phases that we've generated, there's one particular one, which is the delta prime phase of nylon 11, which gives us the highest piezoelectric response. And this is great because the delta prime phase, it turns out it's a metastable phase, which is actually very difficult to come by in any other form except when you grow them by nano confinement. So this was very exciting. We were able to grow some, we were able to show some very nice piezoelectric generators, which had very high output. The good thing about nylon also is that it's a high temperature polymer, so it doesn't melt. So you can actually stick this, for instance, on your car engine and generate power as that vibrates. So we started looking a little closer into these different phases. So we did some molecular simulations to actually find out what is it about these phases that are giving us these properties. So in nylon, in these polyamides, the dipole which is responsible for the piezoelectric properties originates from the amide, the amide bond here. And in what is called the unpoled delta prime phase, you can see that there is no alignment of these amide bonds, and so overall this material will not give you any piezoelectric response. However, in this poled delta prime phase, you can see that the dipoles align, and this is what is giving us our piezoelectric response. And if you remember, we don't have to work too hard to get this, because in the nano-confined growth method, we end up with self-poled nanowires. So this is what we're seeing. But there is another phase yet that we came across, and this is called the alpha phase. This too has the dipoles, but these chains are strongly bonded by hydrogen bonds. So even though they've got these dipoles present, it's difficult to actually switch these dipoles because of this strong bonding. So this particular phase is not ferroelectric, so you cannot switch the position of you cannot switch the polarization using an electric field. So this is a non-ferroelectric material. This is why we don't expect any piezoelectricity, which is what we saw previously. However, because it's got this dipole stuck in position, it means that this material can have a very large surface charge or very large surface potential, which is quite stable. And this is useful when thinking of nylon 11 as a triboelectric material. So triboelectric energy harvester is essentially where you have two different materials, and if you rub them across one another, there's charge transfer that takes place. We know this as static. If you choose the right kinds of materials, so there are these so-called empirical triboelectric series. So if you choose materials that are more tribopositive, so they're happier to give up electrons, and materials which are tribonegative, they're happier to accept electrons. You bring these two together, you can actually get quite a bit of charge transfer due to the relative motion, and these can be used as energy harvesters. Now, a lot of the tribonegative materials are synthetic polymers, which is great, but on the top, you've got things like skin and hair, which you can't really make devices out of. There's one notable exception, which is nylon, and we were already working with that. And this is where we actually stumbled upon a surprise, and this was, again, thanks to another SPM method. So this is Kelvin probe force microscopy that we use. So this SPM technique allows you to map the surface potential of your sample. So here we've got two different samples. So these are our delta prime nanowires, and these are alpha nanowires. And what we've done is we've mapped the surface potential, and then we've actually used the tip itself as a rubbing surface, if you will, and we've rubbed sort of like a square there in the middle to show that there is some charge transfer that takes place due to the rubbing, which is what we expect. Surprisingly, we found that the alpha nanowires, when you try to do this charge transfer, there is a massive jump that occurs, which you don't necessarily see in the delta prime nanowires. Now, this was very surprising because we had sort of we weren't really interested in the alpha because we thought, that's a phase where everything is sort of locked in. But it turns out it works great because in nanowires, because when you look at the films, although the surface potential of the alpha film here is lower than the delta prime film, and this is because you do have these dipoles, but across the film you have different lamellae. So overall, you end up with a lower net surface charge. Whereas for the nanowires, this is quite the opposite. Because of the alignment, you have a natural surface potential that is generated due to all these aligned dipoles. And what's more, because of those strong hydrogen bonds, they are very stable. So even after you sort of anneal these samples, so this is after thermal annealing, you can see that it retains this surface potential. So kind of giving you an idea of where this is all going. The application is, at the end of the day, we want to be able to actually make devices out of these. So materials such as nylon, you can electrospin these onto conducting fiber. So this particular, what we call triboelectric yarn, has a conducting carbon nanotube core, and it's got all these, you can electrospin various polymers on top of it. And then when these rub against each other, so for instance, imagine clothing, you can generate electricity as you move. So it is very important for us to understand what is the right phase of material. And again, this is where SPM has really, really helped. This was work done with my student and a collaborator from Poland. And I'm going to just sort of in the last couple of minutes quickly switch to another application. This is where we use these piezoelectric polymer nanomaterials for cell sensing and stimulation. And the reason we're doing this is because a lot of the experiments that you do in cell biology often involve cells on sort of some tissue culture plastic. The stiffness of the tissue culture plastic is constant, whereas if you look at the human body, you have all these different sort of stiffnesses. So you're not really replicating what you have within the body. So we are trying to find out ways by which we can make softer substrates, not even softer substrates, more like dynamically tunable substrates, let's put it that way, so that we can using the same material, mimic these various stiffnesses that are found within the human body. And one simple way of doing that is by nanostructuring, because we know that as you go from bulk to sort of more pillars, the effective stiffness sort of goes down as the square of the aspect ratio, which is basically what we find from nano indentation experiments. As you increase the length of the nanotubes, the stiffness goes down. So with the same material, you can actually span all these, this huge range of mechanical stiffnesses on which you can then do your cell experiments, which is what we did. So this is Mike Smith's work. We looked at poly-L-lactic acid, which is already used in a lot of biomedical devices. It turns out it is also piezoelectric. And if you make them in the right way using nano confinement, not only can you, you can make these arrays. These cells love them. So these are human dermal fibroblasts. As you can see, they're putting out cellular projections. They're tugging on these cells. And because they're piezoelectric, there's an electrical response which we can then measure. So this is what I meant by when I said we use these as sensors. You can also use these to stimulate the cells, which I won't talk about, but it's quite exciting. You can actually get them, like literally tickle the cells to do various things. But let me show you the bit that was quite interesting here. Well, first of all, cells don't like the films, as you can see. So this is cell attachment. They do not like the films. They love the nanowires. Interestingly, they can tell the difference between an amorphous nanowire and a crystalline nanowire. Like why, why, you know, it was a mystery. And then in comes SPM to save the day. So we did a bunch of, we ran a bunch of SPM techniques. One is quantitative nanomechanical mapping. So this is to look at the stiffness of these nanotubes. And what you can see is that the amorphous ones deform more than the crystalline ones, which basically means that the crystalline nanowires are stiffer. So that's one hint. Secondly, the crystalline ones have a higher surface potential, so they have more surface charge. And thirdly, the crystalline ones are also more piezoelectric. So it is a combination of these electromechanical properties. So the crystalline ones are definitely, they have a higher surface charge, they're more piezoelectric, and they're stiffer, which gives rise to these changes that we see in cell behavior. And where is this all going? Again, I don't think I have the time to go into, I should probably wrap up, but just to say we're using these to improve the yield of, for instance, in this case, endothelial cells that we're growing. So what in the bottom down here is just what you would have in a standard tissue culture plastic. So you have some cells at the end when you differentiate these pluripotent stem cells. We end up with a much larger yield when we use, when we use nanowires that have better mechanical matching with what's going on in the human body. And eventually, this is the device that we will have, where we've got electrodes embedded within these nanowires. So you can see these nice nanowire arrays. And these are the electrodes that we use both for sensing and for stimulating. So I'll stop there. I'm sorry, I might have gone over by a minute or so. Once again, thank all my, the funders and of course the students. And please look us up online if you'd like to learn more.
Thank you.
Thank
so
you.
much. Thank you very much for a fabulous presentation. I think we might have time for one quick question. Rick? Okay. Sorry?
Just so the online audience can hear. Okay, thank you. What are the sort of perceived wisdom as to why you get your metastable phase in the confined alumina?
We were wondering this ourselves, and it turns out it has to do with the quenching rate, with the rate at which we cool down this material. So basically, we're drawing all of these from either melts. In this particular case, it is from a melt. And you can get to these metastable phases if you essentially quench them, if you cool down really quickly. You cannot do this in bulk materials or in the film form. You can try, but it's really difficult to hit those high quenching rates. Within these nano-confined pores, with a bit of sort of help, so we do flow a gas. We've run simulations to show that you can kind of artificially generate these huge cooling rates within these nano-confined pores, and that's what gives us these metals. So you almost never see this in the bulk, but you do see them in these nano-confined samples.
Thank you so very much again, and I'm sure you'll be happy to answer further questions at the break. So thank you.
I'll just grab my...
Now, this is long overdue. We're delighted to finally be able to present our honorary fellowships for our awardees for 2020. So, anyway, our first honorary fellow is Professor Barry Carter, and this particular honorary fellowship is recognizing his outstanding contributions and sustained research to advance our understanding of defects, the role and nature of defects in metals, semiconductors, and ceramics using advanced microscopy techniques, advanced TEM, and for his international impact in TEM education of countless students and researchers today. So a bit about Barry. I guess by training, originally a physicist, saw the light and then came into materials, which is great, as DPhil is from Oxford, although he started out across the way at Cambridge. And during his career, he's been at Cornell, then the University of Minnesota, where he was the founding director of the High Resolution Microscopy Center there, moving on to the University of Connecticut, where he established and really grew electron microscopy at Connecticut. And presently, he is the distinguished affiliate scientist at the Sandia National Labs and emeritus professor. Countless publications, author of several textbooks with the next honorary fellow, and again, a former RMS journal editor, fellow of RMS, countless experiences, lots of leadership internationally through the International Federation of Microscopy Societies as General Secretary and as President, a fellow of the Ceramic Society, past president of MSA, a fellow of MRS as well. So with that, Barry, I'd like to present to you. We're very, very honored to have you as the RMS Advisor. Thank you so much. Did you want to say anything?
Yes.
Okay, please.
Well,
you need to speak for the
good
Zoom
afternoon. Does it make any difference if I use?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
The people on Zoom.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'd just like to say a quick thank you to Gracie. And obviously she's learned a lot from being a president of another society and now knows exactly what to do. All right, I'd like to thank my wife who's sitting there, and without her I certainly wouldn't be here. I'd like to thank you to the man who got me into it, and Gracie knows who this is, because it was having lectures from Peter Swan, the late Peter Swan, and he really got me interested in microscopy and really gave me something to do after that. Right, and then obviously my advisors, Peter Hirsch, Ian Ray, and Peter Williams, who some of you would know, went off to Oxford Instruments and such, and we're having lunch with Peter on Saturday. And then just to conclude, there's a guy. He met my wife, I think, 2 hours after I met her. And I've known him for a year longer than I've known her. So that's about 55 years or so. And before he gets into anything, I'm going to say, so I'd like to thank Dave Williams especially. And if you wonder why is it Williams and Carter? Okay, the answer is because it was his idea. And with that, thank you very much for this honor.
Thanks, Gary. Thank you so much. Thanks, Barry. And the next Honorary Fellow of 2020 is Professor David Williams, and this is for his pioneering contributions to analytical electron microscopy, research and applications, and again, for his international impact on TEM education of many, many students and researchers. I know I made all my students buy the book. So his background is in metallurgy, material science through Cambridge, as well as rugby, and I guess rugby blue. And then Dave left the UK for Lehigh University. He also was president at Lehigh University. He really built up electron microscopy to make it one of the main places in the US for analytical electron microscopy. Barry was doing the same thing at another university, and finished as provost at Lehigh, then moved to the University of Alabama, Huntsville as president, and then the pull of engineering and microscopy brought him back to the Ohio State University, where they have what I consider to be one of the world-leading electron microscopy centers there. Again, lots of publications, past journal editor for the Journal of Microscopy with RMS, president of MSA. Anyway, with that, I'd like to present your...
Gracie, thank you so much. It's you've been a great partner, advisor, and joint researcher for many, many years, keeping me semi-respectable in the field of microscopy as I went off into administration. There's not enough time to thank everybody, but for those of you who have managed to thumb through the book, if you look at the first edition, Barry and I thank our parents, because without them we wouldn't have had the opportunity to be educated. I was the first in my family to get educated beyond age 16, and that was through the drive of my parents. And in the second book, Carter and Williams, that's because WC didn't work very well and the conventional wisdom was CW. We thank our wives, Bryony and my wife Margie at the back, with my son Bryn, and a very surprisingly quiet grandson. So I'd like to thank all of our families. We could name hundreds of students and colleagues around the world who've made our success possible. And thank you, all of you who bought the book. And it's my turn to buy dinner, I think, Barry. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks so much. And so now we move into the 2021 Honorary Fellow, and we're delighted to recognize Professor Ed Boyce, and this is for pioneering developments of environmental transmission electron microscope, the ETEM, and for atomic resolution in situ research to generate fundamental understanding of materials behavior at the nanoscale, and for his very unique contributions to low voltage and in situ SCM. And yes, Ed is as a PhD, is from Cambridge, and he also did field ion microscopy for those very few of us left that know what field ion microscopy is. So it was really very impressive. And then he moved to the University of Oxford, where he carried on with his wonderful partner and colleague, Dame Pratibha, who's also here on Phil. Also then to DuPont Research Laboratory. And at the University of York, it was co-founding director of the York Joule Nano Center with Dame Pratibha. Again, extensive publications in material science, catalysis, and in situ research. So without further ado, I'd like to present the Honorary Fellowship Certificate to Professor Ed Boyce, who will give a talk. slide is. So we need to go this way with John. He's going to direct us, kind of like aligning the specimen. Okay. Okay.
Perfect, thank you. 1, 2, 3. Thanks.
Anyway, thank you so much. Okay. And Ed is also going to give a presentation on Maverick Microscopy. Sounds very intriguing. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over the...
Thank you very much, Grace. Let me first thank a few people and say that I've been blessed in my life and career with both bosses and technicians and colleagues who have been inspiring and also very unwisely trusting of risk-taking, I think would be the right description. And it starts with Alan Prince at the English General Electric Company. And in the late 1960s, we were doing crazy things like building nuclear power stations in Japan for the Japanese. Can you imagine where we are today compared to where we were then in the international standings? We had more nuclear power station, UK nuclear power stations than any other country at that point. Secondly, I need to thank Professor Archie Howie, who persuaded me to move from material science into physics, which is the converse of the way that most people seem to have moved. But crucially, Archie was the person who introduced me to Pratibha, my lovely wife and co-worker, and without her, I wouldn't have got anywhere near as far as I have there. And after that, as Gracie said, we moved to Oxford, and Peter Hirsch was an interesting, shall we say, head of department, but also a brilliant manipulator of both facts and people, I would say. And shall we just say, I learned a great deal from Peter as to how to make good things happen. And then we moved to the States, and for the first decade there, we saw some of the best of American industrial technical management. Then unfortunately the accountants took over, and I think it's been downhill pretty much ever since there as a consequence. And so ever since I met Pratibha, our activities have been joint, and my main function, I think, has been to support the things that she has been wanting to do scientifically by providing some of the tools for doing it. And that's what I was going to talk about with Maverick Microscopy today. So I somehow got to this point of Maverick by being asked by Jade, I think it was, to provide could I provide a talk and could I provide a title? And I quickly thought of something. I think Tom Cruise was doing something about Mavericks at the time, and it seemed like a fancy word, and it alliterated with microscopy. And then I began to look up what Maverick meant, and rather regretted having done that. But it's probably actually fairly accurate, because it's for something about being eccentric and unconventional and wild and uncontrolled, and that's probably pretty much.
Sorry, I'm just looking
for what if
the attachment for the clicker has gone missing.
Oh.
And who's got the attachment for the bit there?
Okay, I can do it off the keyboard, can't I? Right, so this is losing my trail at the moment. Just trying to introduce a little bit about York as well, and the point about York is really that it ought to be, and has been periodically in the past, the capital city of the United Kingdom. And really, I think it should be again. It's the only, it's the only sensible one. If you just look at it geographically, I mean, look where we are. But the critical thing is that the most decisive development, I think, in the whole, the development of Western civilization depends on York. Because in York in the year 306, and York has been a garrison town, by the way, since 71 AD, the moment we're controlled by the Gurkhas, which is actually, I think, quite appropriate in the post-colonial era. But in 306, the Emperor of Rome actually was in York and died, which was a good thing, as it turned out, because they made his son, and they crowned him in York as the new Emperor of Rome. His name was Constantine. And as you probably know, that's Constantinople, and 6 years later he becomes a Christian, and the rest of the Western world history is determined. So really, there's this, where we are today is pretty insignificant compared to... Right. We've done that. Okay, so I've talked a little bit about nuclear power. This is the, I've divided this, this page where it develops into 3 sections. First of all, the past, which may become the future again. I've been involved with nuclear power, and Gracie said, field ion microscopy. Got involved, I think it was Peter Hirsch who said that my career had been somewhat checkered. And that's probably not meant as entirely as a compliment. Then moved into some digital image processing, and we kind of accidentally introduced real-time digital image processing for European broadcasting because we wanted it for the SEM. And at the same time, an English company wanted to sell it to the BBC, having already provided the main feed for ABC TV in America for the Montreal Olympics, and wanted to, so this was and this is where people like Peter Hirsch come into it. If you get these coincidences, which are not entirely accidental coincidences, that can be a very useful thing. We then moved into high resolution TEM, and John Hutchison is obviously a key part of this. And at more or less the same time, I was starting the idea of low voltage, reasonably high resolution, eventually very high resolution, scanning electron microscopy as a new tool. And I'll give you some examples of that in a minute. And then current activities are the atomic resolution ETEM, which is the basis of, I think, just about all the commercial products at the moment in that area. And we've moved now in York to the single atom resolution, a full environmental scanning transmission electron microscope. And there are occasions when I actually wonder whether any of these organizations have got any sort of sensible management whatsoever. Or alternatively, I've learned so much from my teachers in the past that I know how to manipulate them. Because if you think you've taken a £3 to £5 million electron microscope, taking it into its component parts and changing some of them and generally messing around with it and then putting it back together again in the hope it'll work, and it usually does. But actually to have the trust that that might happen is quite wonderful, actually. And it's a question of partly deception and partly confidence. And then as a consequence of this, to a certain extent, I'm beginning now to consider the fact that we are beginning to dismantle and throw away instruments which are of 10 or 20 years old age. And the mistake originally was to try and make high-resolution microscopes out of 10 or 20-year-old instruments 10 or 20 years ago, which was a pretty hopeless process. But now these are pretty high-quality pieces of equipment which are just being turned into scrap metal. Now, the electronics and the software is obviously completely useless from 10 or 20 years ago, but the possibility of now having much more flexibility of what we can do, and do it ourselves rather than have to have a 5-year fundraising and then 5-year working with a major manufacturer to achieve anything. It's just a sort of philosophical view. And I think there are other people, particularly in the biological field, and MRC at Cambridge, for example, who are seriously into this business as well, of trying to regenerate older instruments in new configurations much more quickly than you ever possibly could, or possibly you might never do it if you had to raise huge amounts of money before you could start. So that's what I'm hoping we're going to do. Right, so now, Maverick Microscopy. There's a huge dilemma to me in electron microscopy. The biggest advantage of electron microscopy is it uses an electron beam, right? Because it gives you the resolution thing. But also, unfortunately, I think the biggest disadvantage of an electron microscope is that it uses an electron beam. And if you think about it, this is just a little bit unfortunate, as we can say. And there's a further point that is, whoever designed the world, why was it made so difficult for electron microscopy life to be so difficult, but just possible, right? Just right at the ragged edge of what is possible has been provided to us. And yet, if only somebody had separated, for example, further, the wavelength of electrons had been slightly shorter and the spacing between atoms had been slightly greater, life would have been so much easier. And if we could have done it all at a little bit different energies, that would be helpful as well, because it wouldn't damage the specimens as much, probably. So I make a plea. Next time anybody gets the opportunity to design a universe, please put the physical parameters in slightly different arrangements. In the meantime, we struggle with what we can do, and part of that leads to the consequence that we need the goals to justify the costs in effort and in money. And so that means selecting or creating the right tools. Now, there's a little example here, and this is some work that going with Protiba quite a long time ago. This is DuPont materials. This is what the titanium dioxide is a white pigment, which is also the opacifier for many other paints and coatings and everything that looks white pretty much has got the stuff in. And you make this in quarter micron particles, and you make about, the company makes over 1 million tons of this stuff as quarter micron particles a year. It's a quarter or so of the world product. And the problem is that the TiO2 itself is quite chemically active, which is one of the reasons why cars in the old days used to go dull, the paint, and used to go chalky. It's because the paint's deteriorated because of the bad action. So you want a barrier layer between the TiO2 and the paint, and you put it on. I haven't got a pointer. I've got a pointer. This bit does work, does it? Oops. Oh yeah. And this is a layer with a TEM image, and this is on the basic crystal here, and this is the model here. And you can see the chemistry. The important thing is that this is a three-dimensional particle, which is one of about 10 to the power 30 that you're making. So billions times billions times billions times billions of them. But the problem is, how do you look at it in 3 dimensions? Well, the answer is you decide that you're going to make yourself a really high resolution, low voltage scanning electron microscope, which now gives you a pseudo 3-dimensional, or at least an image of a 3-dimensional surface. And you see that, the white stuff here is the, the white stuff here is the coating. You see that there's quite a lot of the particle is not coated. And if you're now talking to a plant manager and you want to persuade him that he's got to change what he's going to do, it's going to cost him £1 million just to do the experiment, then it's much easier to explain it to him with a 3-dimensional image from an SEM than it is to get him to accept an atomic resolution TEM image and claim that that's representative of 10 to the 30 particles. So that's one of the big changes where, although the resolution, oh yes, and because of you want the surface sensitivity, this has to be at low voltage. This is a 1 kV, I think it's 150,000 or something meg originally. And you have to obviously have nanometer resolution in order to do this. So we set out by saying, well, actually, the problem with the SEM has been that everybody's assumed that the resolution of the SEM is limited by the beam specimen interaction. So however good the optics are, it's not going to make any difference. Well, the advantage of being in a big corporation is you can say, well, suppose that isn't true. We can do something about it, and better still, we can do it completely away from the academic community who are going to make all the criticisms. And so we can actually just go and gamble and see whether it works. And so the answer is to build an SEM which has got the best optics you can get from a TEM and all the other stabilities from a high resolution instrument, build a much better probe and just assume that you can test whether in fact the assumption about the limit on the conventional SEM was correct or not. And the answer is it wasn't. And again, we get a new tool as a result of being, if that's not Maverick, I don't know what is. So both samples have their advantages. Well, you don't know the advantages of the of having an SEM. The point is having an SEM with resolution at low voltage is what you can create. And the other big development we've been involved with is this question of making a scanning transmission electron microscope which has got the environmental capabilities to do dynamic in situ experiments on catalysts. As you know, catalysts are vastly important in this in this world, both for the environment and economically. Multi-billions of pounds, even for the even just for the catalyst. Never mind their consequence on the world economy. And if we're using a proper reactor, which might take 150 pounds of precious metals to run one charge in a commercial reactor, that runs at today's prices around $6 million, and that's just for, you know, just to get the raw materials to start the experiment. Is some advantage in being able to get some science behind this to do it. So what we've doing here is now to have a full capability STEM system with the dynamic in situ, including a gas environment machine. And yeah, whoops. And what we discover, as shown in this, Annalen Devies did this cover graphic for us, so I decided to use it for the slide as well. It's better than the original image, actually. And the point is that the little bits here are single atoms, not part of the particles, and the edges, and this is a STEM, so we learn a lot more about the particles because it's incoherent imaging. We find that the edges are not as smooth as they appear in a lot of TEM images, and of course we're seeing the single atoms out on the support. What the hell are they doing there? I mean, that's not been part of the, until recently, till the last few years, and this sort of type of data, that we just didn't know that this component existed and that the particles were of this form. But wait a minute, we're putting billions of pounds a year into this technology, and it's sort of a big percentage of the world economy, and we don't know some of the basics about what's going on. This is ridiculous. So the point about catalysts is convert cheap stuff into valuable stuff and get rid of the bad stuff if you can. It depends on nanostructures. Now, the point is that there are intermediate phases in the catalyst process which actually only exist under specific conditions of gas environment and temperature. So if I have my big reactor and I take my sample out and I wave it in the air and I put it in a high vacuum system and then I maybe heat it up again, it's got nothing whatsoever to do, probably, with what went in the... Oh, there's a further factor that the microscope beam might have changed it as well. So we have to activate and react it in situ. And in fact, that's what you do in a chemical, in a chemical plant. You don't put the catalyst in and run it. You put it through a process first to take the oxide off the outside of it and all this sort of stuff in order to make it work. And so that's what we do now in the microscope. So dynamic reactions, and we actually have a system which is based on open apertures rather than, and a modified microscope rather than a specimen holder. But this machine can take those special specimen holders as well. It depends on introducing into the, not get much of it. No, I'm not seeing where this is pointing. Anyway, if this is the red part is what we call the E cell with the catalyst in it. We put the gas and the heat as inputs to it, chemical reactions out of it, and the electron microscope running vertically. And then along the beam line of the microscope, we simply put pairs of apertures and pump between them so that we get differential pumping up and down the column. So we can have a gas around our microscope, a few millimeters at the most length, around our specimen, for a length of a few millimeters at most, and then several meters of microscope column, increasingly high vacuum, so we can have pressures of pascals in the cell, and we can have ultra high vacuum in the field emission gun, and the whole thing can be stable, providing you have big enough pumps and all that sort of stuff. And oh, by the way, the pumping on most microscopes is pretty bloody awful, frankly. The design of it is absolutely atrocious. So this is the modified JUL system in York. And why JUL? Hey, we did the FEI product because we had an FEI machine in DuPont, and that became a commercial product. We got the opportunity to move to York, and Brian Cantor had already ordered a JUL microscope, and so we said, oh, I think we had 30 minutes or something in a conversation which said, can we do this? You know, is it possible? Having designed the system completely for the FEI product, and so we said, well, it's got to be possible, so let's try. And actually, it turned out to work, rather to my surprise. The pumping system is completely rebuilt internally and externally, and that's not as difficult as it sounds, by the way, folks, for two reasons. Firstly, a lot of the stuff, as you can probably see, is shiny stainless steel. That is commercially sourced ultra-high vacuum pipework, valves, and all that sort of stuff. You can buy that sort of stuff at reasonable prices, particularly in the UK, and get fabrications made. So you've got that modification, and you've got all the stuff inside for the differential pumping. The difference between the JUL column and the FEI column is profound, so the designs are different. But also they're philosophically different, which is really interesting. The FEI column is a very smart, sophisticated, fully integrated design, and there is no extra space, and there are no special holes or anything like that anywhere on it. So if you want to put more pumping in, you have to drill holes in the side of the column. And Pratibha's got a nice story about drilling holes even in the pole pieces to get the pipes out and all this sort of stuff. It can be done. The mistake we made with FEI was that we needed to have a workshop that would have the capabilities to do all these modifications. So being the DuPont company, we went to FEI and said, this is what we want to do. We went to Gatan and said, this is what we want to do. and just hired them. The problem is they got the IP in the process. But never mind, the science got done as it was. So this is the one that's just being replaced. We're in the process of putting in a new column using and having a more advanced modifications because the problem with this current microscope is that it's a very early double aberration corrected machine, and it has its limitations electronically in particular. Okay, the other part I wanted to say was the driving force for this is partly that this is from work with Johnson Matthey, and this is Michael Ward's work, and the distributions over there with the two graphs. The top one is the particle size distribution for the starting material. The bottom one is the particle size, on the same scales, of the particle size distribution for the used one. Now this is used, it's just simply run a catalytic converter on a Volkswagen Passat diesel car for 36,000 miles on British roads. Right, it's a really scientific approach. And you can see that the white spots, the little ones at the top of the starting material as the slide, and then the bottom one, the bigger ones as per the graph. You've got vastly fewer, much larger particles, and it's the surface area of these particles that does the good. So all the atoms that you've got, which are in the middle of these particles, are completely wasted. They're just holding out the outside. And yet, they're not, this is a problem with catalysts a lot of the time. They don't stay the way you make them. So that was the issue here. And so that's one of the driving forces for this. And then we want to go to the more detail, and this is the single atom version, still done on the JUL machine. And we've shown you the aniline pictures of this, but here, you know, you've got single atoms and you've got the particles. These are model systems, and so they're not as smooth as full use ones. But we get a mixture of atoms, clusters, rafts, and nanoparticles. And there's two factors here. The little bits on the outside, they are contributing to the migration of material between the particles. This is how they coarsen. This is how you get the bigger particles. Bits of the little ones move onto bigger particles. And I've got a slide of that in just a moment. So you've got that problem. So that's reducing the active surface area. But at the same time, now the interesting factor is that some catalysts, it's only the single atoms that are actually being active. So you can actually throw away 90+% of your your metal because you don't need it. You only just need the little bits. And that's effectively what's happened with the catalytic converter in the use of the car. So in other words, what you're actually saying is, if we could fix this problem, which we haven't at the moment, but if we could, you could save 90+% of the precious metals that you put into your catalytic converter. And see, this is microscopy, could be a devastating commercial impact. And here's how it actually works. Particles number 17 and 18 are the ones that we're tracking here. And then the 17 is the black curve, and the 18 is the red curve on the graph over here. And you can see that they increase and reduce in size over time, but eventually they decline. Those particular ones decline to nothing. Okay? They disappear, because what's happened is the atoms have migrated to the adjacent particles and become, and those adjacent particles become bigger, and the little one has disappeared. However, at the same time, we have discovered by making these measurements that the blue curve on this graph is actually the single atom density around the nanoparticles. And so what you're actually seeing is the number of loose atoms is actually ramping up very fast at the point at which the massive, in other words, 1 nanometer size, and that means 100 atoms or something in them, are disappearing. They're not just evaporating to begin with; they're just migrating, and we're getting both the extra reactivity of those single particles, and also single atoms, and also a mechanism for the coarsening of the coarser particles. And this is just an example, which I don't think I have time to go any properly, but this is measuring the strain in particles. There's 2 types of particles here. One, the left-hand one, is a multiply twinned particle. It's a pentagonal multiply twinned particle. And then it's a single crystal particle, slightly larger one, on the right-hand side. The left-hand one with the multiple twinning, and typically of the 3 nanometer size, has a strain which says that as you get further out in the radius, the strain, which means the stretching of the distance between the atoms, is increasing with that radial distance. And so this is changing the electronic structure of the catalyst, of the material, and that strain, by the way, is plotted at the bottom here, and that is changing the. We never understood why the gold particles around 3 nanometers were so effective as catalysts, whereas and this goes back to Japanese work 40 years ago now. Now we understand it. It's this strain, which we can measure with the latest types of microscopes, which explains the change in the electronic properties. And so it all comes down to basic physics in the end. And then I have just another one here, which just is an example of the of oxidation and the advantages basically of STEM beyond the single atoms, is that it gives you the contrast between the bright copper metal and the darker oxide. And I'm just going to put one in for scale. All the point I want to make is that my students started putting this together, and they fixate on footballs, soccer balls, and they've figured out that it's 10 to the 1 billion magnification to get to the little particles little gold particles we're talking about, and about 1 billion magnification the other way to get to the size of the sun. And so, for some reason, on a logarithmic scale, the ant and the tiger and the football and the people are in the middle of the universe's logarithmic scale of scale. And does that mean anything? Probably not. But it says we're going a heck of a long way down with our magnifying microscope, like we're going a heck of a long way out to things in space. And I've talked for much too long. And yes, what is the atoms in the end? What do they really look like? And how do we look at the scale of these, and how do we look at the stability of our microscopes that we need? How good does our microscope have to be? And the answer is, if you look at a lattice on the left-hand side of a silicon single crystal, then that's 1.34 angstroms spacing between the white spots. And so we were looking at this scale, and goodness me, it looks like 2 golf balls, doesn't it? They're atoms, but 10 to the 9 magnification or so, but never mind. This is the same. So where would the golf balls have to be to look like our atoms? And the answer is they'd have to be on the moon. So what we're actually doing with our microscope is we're actually resolving adjacent golf balls on the surface of the moon by looking at it from the Earth. This is what I meant by we're stretching what is the art of the possible. And If only, well, maybe we should just move the moon closer or something like that. That might not be a good idea. Anyway, so hope that I've explained to you that not only have we got eccentric microscopy, Maverick microscopy, we've also got eccentric and maverick microscopists, at least in one iteration. And thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. And I'm sure that Ed will be happy to answer any questions at the break. So if that would be okay. Great, excellent, thank you. And so now I'd like to reintroduce Liam again. Okay. Yes. Yes. For the early career.
Yeah, thank you. So might I ask if we can push back coffee by 5 minutes? Is that okay to give Katherine full time? Okay, thank you. So as chair, it's my privilege and pleasure to announce the recipient of the 2022 RMS Early Career Award, which I look for frantically. To Katherine Paine. So let me just provide a very quick few words before Katherine gives her award talk. The 2022 cohort, as I mentioned this morning, of applicants was particularly of high calibre, which meant for a very competitive selection process. Katherine was selected as the recipient of this award owing to the impact, interdisciplinarity and novelty of her research in context of her career stage. Also, as a side note, I was delighted to hear that Katherine was awarded the Young Histochemist Award recently, last month in Prague at the International Congress of Histochemistry and Cytochemistry. Katherine is just finished, as in she submitted on Friday, her PhD at the University of York, where she joined in 2018 in Chris McDonald's lab to study the dynamics of cell surface membrane proteins in eukaryotes. Katherine's work involved the development and implementation of a multifaceted pipeline to understand the spatiotemporal dynamics and the regulation of cell surface proteins and their trafficking pathways. Moreover, this pipeline made use of many of the techniques spanning the central disciplines of the RMS, so various optical and super resolution microscopies, flow cytometry, immunohistochemistry, image analysis, and even extending into biochemical and physiological phenotyping assays. Katherine's published several high impact papers along this way, and bear in mind please, this was all in the context of a global pandemic that took 2 years out of the PhD. So this is honestly such a fantastic list of accolades, and it gives me great pleasure to award you the 2022 Early Career Award. So well done.
Doesn't work. Oh, thank you. So thank you for inviting me today. It's a pleasure to be able to share some of my PhD work. And yeah, I submitted on Friday, so I'm still kind of just coming down from thesis writing. So my PhD was generally on defining mechanisms that govern the surface proteome in response to glucose starvation. So all eukaryotic cells traffic surface proteins to the plasma membrane via the secretory pathway. So proteins are co-translationally imported into the ER and then trafficked to the surface via the Golgi. And at the surface, they can perform diverse and critical functions. These proteins can be internalized and then either sent to the lysosome for degradation or recycled back to the plasma membrane. And these pathways are conserved from yeast to mammalian cells. So my talk today is about our work using yeast as a model organism to study how these surface proteins are regulated through these trafficking pathways. So under normal conditions, yeast use glucose as their primary carbon source. So in glucose-replete conditions, to support this, nutrient transporters, so I have the methionine transporter MUP1, which you can see here. So in glucose-replete conditions, MUP1 is at the plasma membrane acquiring nutrients. And the cells are sensitive to extracellular nutrient availability. So in response to starvation conditions, such as glucose starvation, they are internalized via endocytosis. So to study this process, we set up an imaging system where we adhere our yeast cells to a plate, and then we can exchange the media and track these cargoes. So you can see that when glucose is removed, MUP1 is internalized. And this is a cell survival mechanism to reduce anabolic processes at the surface and generate amino acids through lysosomal degradation. So this is seen across eukaryotes, but the mechanisms that regulate these processes have still not fully been characterized. So in glucose-replete conditions, it's a balance between internalization through endocytosis and a recycling back to the plasma membrane. Under glucose starvation conditions, endocytosis is upregulated, and that is done through an upregulation of these Katherine adapters, these AP180s, and recycling back to the plasma membrane is downregulated through this factor called GPA1. So at the endosome, you have this PI3 kinase that regulates endosomal lipids, and it's required for recycling, and it functions through its effector GPA1. So GPA1 was identified from a genetic screen looking for recycling mutants, and you can see that we have a recycling reporter. So in wild-type cells, this reporter is efficiently recycled to the plasma membrane. When we delete the PI3 kinase that I mentioned, you can see that recycling is severely disrupted. And when we delete GPA1, you can see that recycling is also disrupted. So these factors are clearly important for recycling. So we wanted to look into factors that might regulate GPA1. So to do this, we looked at factors that were regulated by glucose starvation conditions and things that interacted with GPA1. And we came across GPA2, and GPA2's levels are increased in response to glucose starvation, and it localizes to the plasma membrane. So this is kind of a top focus of a cell, and you can see that it forms this network-like structure across the plasma membrane. And most importantly, it co-localizes with GPA1 at the plasma membrane. So we have a model where we believe that GPA1 is functioning at the endosome with this PI3 kinase to facilitate recycling, but that it can be sequestered away by GPA2 at the plasma membrane. And we hypothesized that in glucose starvation conditions, this movement away to the plasma membrane is increased. And if we think of GPA2 as a sort of recycling inhibitor, if we overexpress it, you can see that recycling is disrupted, just like how when we delete these other genes. So we had demonstrated that there was co-localization at the plasma membrane, but we wanted to show that these proteins were interacting at the plasma membrane. So to do this, we looked at FRET. So as I'm sure you're all aware, you have your protein and a fluorophore, and you shine a laser and a photon is emitted. And then the basic principle of FRET is that if your proteins are in close proximity, you get an energy transfer and a FRET signal. And we were able to find a FRET signal at the plasma membrane for GPA1 and GPA2. And that supported our model that GPA1 was functioning at endosomes with this PI3 kinase, but that was then being sequestered away by GPA2 to the plasma membrane. And this story was published earlier this year. So I mentioned that in response to glucose starvation, surface proteins are internalized by endocytosis. And this is true for the vast majority of surface proteins, but a small proportion are retained at the surface in these subdomains termed isosomes. So here the isosomes are marked with core isosomal component PIL1, and you'll see that upon removal of glucose, the majority of MUP1 is internalized, but a small proportion is retained at the surface in these isosomes. And we hypothesized that there must be a physiological benefit to sequestering, to retaining these proteins at the plasma membrane in isosomes, and we reasoned that it would allow cells to quickly redeploy these nutrient transporters to the plasma membrane upon a return to replete conditions after being subjected to glucose starvation. So in order to test this hypothesis, I wanted a protein that localized to isosomes, and I also needed some isosomal mutants. So we'd done all our microscopy using the methionine transporter MUP1, but unfortunately didn't see a dependence on MUP1 and methionine acquisition for growth. So I saw an alternative, and I ended up using the uracil transporter FER4, which localizes to isosomes and is required by our cells for growth. And then I looked at finding some isosomal mutants, and you can see here that in wild-type cells you get that puncture of isosomes on the plasma membrane, and then in the isosomal mutants that I've got here, isosomal morphology is severely disrupted. And as a result, these cells' ability to store nutrient transporters is severely reduced. So the general principle of my experiment to prove the hypothesis was that I would have my wild-type cells, my isosomal mutants, I would starve them for glucose, and then upon return to nutrient replete conditions, I would track their growth rate over time. And we can see that these cells do not recover as well as wild type, which is the grey bar, over time after return to replete conditions. So this story was kind of published a year ago, and we demonstrated that there was a physiological benefit to sequestering these nutrient transporters in isosomes in response to glucose starvation conditions. So I'd like to thank everyone for listening, and I'd like to thank everyone at the Technology Facility at York for their training and help over the years of my PhD. Thank you.
I believe we have time for one quick question. Yes, Liam? Right.
Hello. Your MUP1 didn't show the phenotype that you expected it to.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know why it didn't?
Yeah, so so yeast cells acquire methionine through a variety of different pathways and transporters. So whereas with uracil, it's just FER4. So it gave us a great, we knew that if FER4 wasn't being held in isosomes, that there was a direct result.
Thank you very much again, and congratulations on your award, Katherine. Excellent. Now we have time for a coffee break, but before leaving the room, I would like to remind all attendees to please sign the registry book for the AGM. If you've had a flick through it, you'll know that it goes back a substantial number of years. Yes, substantial number of decades. So, and also for our on-fells, we have the book here, so we'd like to ask you to come and sign the book as well. So thank you very much, and enjoy your coffee break, and we reconvene with some additional talks at 4 p.m. So you've got 30 minutes. Thank you. not yet. Is it? Oh, it is on now. Yes, sorry. Oopsie.
That's the famous book.
Yes, that's the big famous
Can
book.
Yeah,
just to
how
see.
long it goes on.
Oh yeah, it goes back, way back. Victoria.
Victoria.
Yeah. Okay, we'd like to get started then for the final segment of our AGM for 2021. Okay. So we're into the home stretch, and after this we'll be having some drinks reception. So it's my pleasure to start off this final session with a lecture by Dr. Emmanuel Derivery from, I'm sorry, I killed your name.
I've been called Emmanuel Derivery.
Emmanuel, oh gosh, oh wow. Okay.
That's fine.
Thank you. Okay. So, Emmanuel is a cell biologist interested in cytoskeleton dynamics and polarized trafficking in the physiological context of axisymmetric cell division. And his lab has a very plural disciplinary approach combining reconstituted cytoskeleton systems in vitro high-end quantitative imaging of trafficking in vivo during development, and the analysis of morphological phenotypes in adult flies. And this research that they do relies on theoretical physics to bridge the differences in the scales which they're analyzing. So without any further ado, I present Emmanuel. Okay.
Thanks a lot, Grace, for the introduction and the invitation. I just need my computer to start up. PowerPoint decided to crash. Sorry about that. Okay, so. It works. So hi everyone. So yes, it's really a pleasure to be here today to tell you a little bit about our work to try to understand how cells polarize their cytoskeleton. So as you probably all know, the hallmark of polarized cells, like neurons, is to have a highly polarized cytoskeleton, which they use to put the right stuff at the right place at the right time. Now, in my lab, our model to study cytoskeleton polarization and polarized trafficking is actually asymmetric cell division, which is the process by which one cell divides into two cells that are different. You see, there is one orange and one gray. And asymmetric cell division is the hallmark of stem cells, and it's really a fundamental process of life. So, for instance, in a lot of species, life starts with asymmetric cell division, and then it's responsible for the generation of the plethora of cell types found in our body. Now, the reason why the two daughters are different following division is because they inherited different cell fate determinants. And there are two kinds. You have the one some are at the cortex, and you have some which are in the cytosol, in endosomes. Those are my little red dots here. And the way this works is that for cortical fate determinants, the mitotic spindle can rotate during mitosis to align with polarity cues, and this ensures the asymmetric segregation of the cortical fate determinants in only one cell. And so in this case, you have symmetry breaking because you've broken the rotational symmetry of your spindle. But now for the cytosolic fate determinants, the situation is a little bit more unclear. And previously we've been able to show in flies that the late spindle, which is called the anaphase spindle, can also break symmetry. And in that case, you have more microtubules on one side than the other. And this drives the trafficking of those endosomes containing those fate determinants towards only one cell. And so in my lab, we're trying to figure out what are the molecular mechanisms and ultimately the physics underlying those symmetry breaking events. So symmetry breaking of rotational symmetry for the mitotic spindle and symmetry breaking of microtubule density for the late one. And fundamentally, this always comes back to the same question. It's understanding how the cortex talks to the cytosol. Because the way we think these systems are working is that you have polarity cues, which are at the cortex. Here in blue, they are forming caps, which are asymmetric. And this asymmetric cortex is somehow able to imprint polarity onto the cytosol. But if you think about it, this is not a trivial question at all, because the cytosol is like a soup, right? It's governed by diffusion. But if you want to put more microtubules on one side and the other, at some point you will have to put more microtubule regulators on one side of the cell than the other. But this is against physics, this is against diffusion. So we are really trying to figure out what is going on here. And to make matters even worse, those asymmetric cell division usually happens in tissues, so you always have to work in an animal. But in a tissue, you have a lot of other things that can feed back to your cytoskeleton. You have cell shape, but obviously those are stem cells, so you also have signaling from the so-called stem cell niche, for instance. And all of this can feed back onto your cytoskeleton, so sometimes it's really hard to figure out what is doing what. And so when I started my lab, a bit more than 5 years ago, we decided to adopt a synthetic biology approach and to reconstitute polarity and asymmetric cell division in unpolarized cells that will be they're isolated from a tissue. Indeed, if you take an isolated cell, unpolarized, let's say a cancer cell in culture, it has completely lost any kind of polarity. So if you look at your favorite polarity Q, it will be completely homogeneously distributed at the cortex. But if you figure out a way to repolarize this polarity Q and then look at what happens, you can address the question to know what is sufficient to drive symmetry breaking in your system. And this is really the system that we decided to implement in the lab. And very importantly, we decided to do this in mammalian cells because the molecular mechanisms of asymmetric cell division are actually a lot less clear in mammals compared to flies, for instance. And so, just to reiterate here, the key is to know what is sufficient to drive symmetry breaking of the system in the absence of any other polarity Q, because the only Q that is in the system is the one that we control. And so to do this, I mean, this is the project that two stellar scientists, Joe Watson and Lara Kruger, decided to tackle in my lab. So Joe was a PhD student and Lara is a postdoc. And the system they developed is the following. So this is a cell, and we express in those cells a synthetic construct, which is basically a transmembrane domain in yellow that has an external handle. This is an anti-GFP nanobody. And internally, you have your favorite polarity protein. Now, if you manage to cluster that handle and then make caps out of those clusters, you would have reconstituted polarity of your protein of interest here in red from the outside. But if you think about this, the polymer that you use to cluster your transmembrane segment must fulfill three key properties. First, it has to be resistant to endocytosis, because as you've seen in the talk of Katherine before, the cell is very, very good at internalizing things and degrading them, in particular in lysosomes. This is a big problem, for instance, for therapeutic antibodies. So we had to make a material that was resistant to endocytosis. First, you need a material that can cluster at very high density, because we want real symmetry breaking of the system. And last but not least, we need to make cap, because that's the whole point when the cell enters mitosis. And because we could not really find a material that will fulfill all those properties and would be compatible with life, we decided to make our own. And for this, we relied on protein design in collaboration with the lab of David Baker, and especially Arjen in his lab, to design from scratch a polymer, protein polymer, that has been specifically engineered to meet all those requirements at once. And the proteins we came up with are the following. So it's two proteins, we call them A and B. One is a trimer, the other one is a dimer. They don't look like anything you've ever seen. There is absolutely no homology with any proteins in the database. They are completely designed from the ground up. Those guys do nothing on their own, but if you mix them together at some nanomolar concentration, they form a very long-range 2D crystal, as you can see here. This is cryo-EM. And you can use that to cluster proteins at the surface of the cell, because if I take back my cells with my external anti-GFP nanobody, I can add the B component fused to GFP. When you do this, nothing happens. But if you add the A component, as the 2D crystal is growing at the surface of the cell, you are clustering your transmembrane segment. And the trick to block endocytosis is encoded into the polymer because we tuned the assembly rate of the polymer to be faster than the endocytic rate of the transmembrane segment, and we control the geometry of the polymer so that it's a 2D crystal because that completely constrains the membrane and it can't remodel. And so just to show you that it works, this is a mouse fibroblast, so an unpolarized cell. In magenta, you see the transmembrane segment, so from the inside. In green here, you have the 2D crystal, I mean, just one component of the 2D crystal. Here, at the beginning, there is not the other one, so nothing happens. But if I let the movie go, what you can see is that very quickly, you have tons of little spots that appear everywhere. Each of those spots is a diffraction limited to the crystal. And I hope that this movie convinced you that it is very quick. Basically, in 20 seconds, all is done. And also because our microscope is calibrated, this is a spinning disc confocal, we can know exactly how many molecules we have in each of those dots. And we found about 80 transmembrane segments per spot. So we have a very high and controlled density of clustering in each of those spots. But because this is extremely fast, one of the key questions we had was, is the structure of the polymer actually, is the structure not affected by the fact that, that we've clustered so fast? In other words, are those spots still 2D crystals? And so for this, we relied on high-speed AFM in collaboration with the Kaminsky lab in Cambridge. We couldn't do that on cells, so we did that on supported bilayer instead, but the kinetics of growth of our crystals on supported bilayers are basically the same. And I hope that you can appreciate that that looks like a honeycomb crystal, and this is a honeycomb lattice, sorry. And so this is basically the same kind of structures that we've seen in vitro using cryo-EM when we have the isolated proteins. And so we think that that's a very strong evidence that the structure of the polymer is actually conserved when it grows on the cell. But don't forget that when the construct grows at the surface of the cell, at each of the nodes of the vertices, sorry, of the crystal, we have one transmembrane segment. And so what that means is that the structure of the polymer is imprinted onto the transmembrane segment. And we are obviously now using that to help cryo-EM structure determination, because now we can cluster any receptor of interest in a predetermined pattern. But obviously here we've just made spots, right? We haven't made any caps. And so at the beginning we thought, oh, maybe we can tune the growth parameters of the polymer to, instead of making plenty of small crystals, to make one big. That would form a very nice cap. But it turns out that there is a much easier way to do this, which is to do nothing. Just to wait for the cell to enter mitosis. And when the cell enters mitosis, as you can see, all those little arrays, they coalesce into a very nice cap. So we obviously got very intrigued into that. And so I would like to spend the next couple of minutes to tell you what we think is happening here. But for this, I have to change microscopy, because everything you've seen until now was commercial spinning disc confocal microscopy. But the phenomenon of clustering of all those arrays into a cap is actually much faster than that. And so we needed 3D volumetric imaging. And for this, we relied on light sheet microscopy. And this, we really capitalized on the instrument that James Manton and our co-supervised student Akash Kumar have built at the LMB. It's a so-called O-plane microscope, or Mr. Snouty OPM for the aficionados. And the idea of this instrument is that you have an inverted configuration where you have a high magnification, high NA lens here. You have an arm to make your sheet, which comes at an angle. And then you scan your sheet using this galvo here, which is conjugated with the backfocal plane. And so, because basically the sample doesn't move, it's the sheet that can go extremely fast. And then on the collection side, we have a remote focusing system to compensate the angle that we've put on the excitation sheet. This is the Mr. Snouty lens. And then we have a little couple of goodies on that instrument. That first we have hardware optical deskewing and projection using these sets of galvo here, so that we don't have to do this computationally a posteriori. And Akash has built this very nice hyperspectral detector here, which is basically 8 SCMOS cameras, which are able to acquire the entire visible range at once, so that we can do up to 8 channels simultaneously at basically at least a volume per second. So now that we have this very fast microscope, we could image the dynamics of the arrays within our cap. And so this is what you're going to see here. So the movie is going to start. And what we found is that basically all those arrays are very dynamic within the cap. So we do not have a reticulated array of crystals, but rather a very dynamic system. And when we can obviously track them all, and when we use some kind of mean square displacement analysis, we can show that they have a confined motion within the cap. So in other words, this is a fluid cap. And then the second piece of information came when we realized that what counts is not that the cell is in mitosis to make a cap, but what counts is that it's round. And the key experiment is this one. So we have a cell. This is, again, one of our unpolarized cells spread on glass. You see it here from the top and here from the side. And here the cell is obviously flat. And we will now artificially rounding it up by adding trypsin and acquire as fast as we can with the light sheet. And what I hope you can appreciate is that very quickly we have formation of a cap on only one side. We do not control where the cap is. We just know that after a while there is only one. And this whole smelled really like phase separation, right? You have kind of energy minimization in a biphasic system, such as all droplets in water when temperature goes down. And so to demonstrate this, we used a probe, which I co-developed during my postdoc together with the lab of Aurélien Roux and Stéphane Mathilde, which is called FLIPTER, that has a fluorescence lifetime that is function of the local membrane biophysics. So in particular, it's sensitive to the lipid order and the membrane tension. And what we found is that the fluorescence lifetime of the probe below the arrays is much higher than that in the surrounding membrane. So what that means is that the arrays are somehow able to locally affect some properties of the membrane, and we think that that will create a line tension that will then, by energy minimization, result in coalescence of all those arrays into a nice cap. But now, even if we are still working on the physics of that, the fact of the matter is that we have a cap, so now we can target stuff to it to reconstitute polarity. And while until now you didn't need to know any specific proteins of polarity, I have to introduce a couple for you to understand what's left. And so in the mastermind of polarity during asymmetric cell division is a multi-protein complex called the PAR complex, which has 3 proteins, APKC, PAR3, and PAR6, everything well conserved. Now in polarized cell, the PAR complex makes a nice cap in metaphase, and the textbook view of the matter is that you have a cascade of proteins interaction between the PAR complex at the cortex and molecular motors in a cytosol. And so with this in mind, you can understand that if you make an asymmetric cap of the PAR complex, you can impose torque on your spindle, therefore induce its rotation. But again, as I was stating in my introduction, what is not known at all is whether any of those proteins are actually sufficient to do the job in the absence of any other feedback from any other mechanism. So the first thing we did is a boring control, which is to just target GFP to the cap and see what happens during mitosis. And this turned out to be indeed boring because the cell managed to divide right in the middle of the cap. We have absolutely no orientation. And we could even go one step further, because this is compatible with high-cotton screening, obviously, to show that there is absolutely no correlation between the size of the cap and the orientation angle. So really, the system is completely unpolarized. But the situation is very different when now you target a member of the PAR complex called APKC to the cap, because I hope you can now appreciate that our mitotic spindle is oriented with respect of the cap. And if I let the movie go, what I hope you can see is that now the cell divided in an oriented way, and we have one cell that inherited all the cap and not the other. And again, this is a tumor cell, right? This is a cell that has lost all polarity for the past 40 years, and we've been able to reinduce polarity into that cell. And this is one of the first examples that reconstituting an asymmetric, an artificial cap of the PAR complex is sufficient to reconstitute 2 key aspects of asymmetric cell division in mammalian cells, namely oriented cell division and asymmetric segregation of cortical determinants. Now we then wondered whether the system could recapitulate other aspects of asymmetric cell division. And if you remember my introduction, I told you that in flies, we previously reported that the late anaphase spindle could also display an asymmetry. And in that case, you have more microtubules on one side of the spindle than the other. And remarkably, we found that that was exactly the same thing for those mammalian cells when we reconstituted a polar cap of the power complex. And remarkably, the orientation is conserved, meaning it's a cell that did not get the cap that has more microtubules. And so what that shows is that central spindle asymmetry is not something exotic that flies do, but it's a core conserved feature of asymmetric cell division. And very rapidly, we could also now try to decipher the molecular mechanisms behind it. And a key experiment we've done is that here, APKC is a protein which actually is a kinase. So the K in APKC stands for kinase. And if we do the same experiment, but now we make a kinase dead, so an enzyme that can't phosphorylate anything, we completely abolish central spindle asymmetry. You see that now the two sides of the spindle have the same density. And this is very satisfying because from a physics point of view, as I told you before, physics is completely against gradients of protein concentration in the cell because of diffusion, but it's completely okay with having gradients of phosphorylation if you have a kinase at the cortex and a phosphatase in the cytosol, and we're obviously working on that. And so just to wrap up, what I've showed you that we've designed a new material that has been designed to really reconstitute polarity of any protein at the cell cortex. I use it for the power complex because that's what I'm interested in, but you can do it with anything, including actin dynamics, for instance. And the key idea here is that fibroblasts, they basically have everything they need to divide asymmetrically. You just have to restore the position of one protein of the power complex, and they can recapitulate this whole system by themselves. And just with this, I would like to thank again the people that did the job. So as I said, it was a job of Joe Watson and Lara Kruger. None of this could be done without the work of James Menton and our amazing workshops at the LMB. And all of this project was a collaboration with the lab of David Becker. And with this, I'd like to thank you.
Thank you very much. That was an excellent presentation, Emmanuel. And I was going to see if we can hold our questions till the end of the session, if that's possible, and please, or at least discuss during the break. So our next presentation now is going to be by Dr. Liz Duke. And Liz is a physicist originally from the University of Birmingham, but did a PhD, or DPhil, I should say, in molecular biophysics at Oxford. And during that, she focused on using Lowy crystallography for time-resolved macromolecular crystallography. So after her DPhil, she went to Daresbury, and she was at the synchrotron radiation source, where she did quite a lot of work, starting as a scientist, working her way up to senior beamline scientist, and then moved back to the Oxfordshire area, where she took a position with the Diamond Light Source, and she built 3 beamlines formed for the life science component of the phase 1 of the construction project. And after that, she actually decided to develop a beamline for cryo-soft microscopy for biology, and has done a ton of work in that area, including sample preparation, data collection, and analysis protocol development. More recently, though, Liz has moved over to Hamburg, where she is the team leader at EMBL Hamburg. And at this particular position, she is establishing a team to explore possibilities of using hard X-rays in the study of soft biological tissue. So without further ado, Liz. That's fine.
Yeah, how do you? Oh, that one, brilliant, thank you. Brilliant, thank you very much, Grace, for such a lovely introduction. And yes, I've done, I seem to have jumped around and done lots of things over the course of my career. As Grace said, I'm now in Hamburg trying to develop hard X-ray imaging for soft biological tissue. But fundamentally, I think the big thing that we know is X-rays allow us to see inside things, and I think that is an amazing power. So I'm not sure whether we're the superheroes or X-rays are the superheroes, but anyway, I want to tell you a little bit about what we're doing, developing techniques so that we as non-superheroes can see inside things. But it all started in 1895 when Professor Röntgen imaged his wife's hand, and that just really started everything off. However, Professor Röntgen thought this was the best thing since sliced bread. I'm not sure whether they had sliced bread then, but he thought it was the best thing since sliced bread. His wife, Frau Röntgen, was a little bit less enthusiastic about the whole idea. She said, "I have seen my death." Now, I'm not entirely sure what she meant by that. Whether she realised that X-rays were actually quite damaging, I don't know, or whether she didn't like the picture of her hand. Again, we can but guess at what she might have meant. However, there was this really amazing police inspector in Dundee, and he saw and read, in about, I think it was 1896, he saw and read in the local newspaper about Professor Röntgen's discovery of these rays that could see into things. And he said, you know, what would be absolutely fantastic if someone could put these rays inside a box and we could carry the box around and we could point the box with the rays coming out at houses, and we could see inside the house to see if anyone was distilling whiskey illegally. Now, I'll gloss over the distilling whiskey illegally, but to have that foresight and that thought, oh my goodness, that guy was really quite remarkable. So that was in 1896. So things died down a little bit. But of course, in the 1920s, everyone started realising that X-rays were the next thing. And you had all these people trying to sell you on the back of newspapers their X-ray specs, and that everything would be fantastic. You'd be able to see through things. Awesome, perfect. And of course, we then got Superman with his X-ray vision and his power to see through things and all to solve all the world's problems with the power of X-rays and clearly his superpowers. So, introduction aside, what I want to do is try and say that actually X-rays do give you superpowers. And so, just to take you now onto Germany, which is where I am, and the X-ray source that I'm using. So I'm using the big, enormous Petra 3 synchrotron, which is in the city of Hamburg, the very, very green, leafy suburb in the west of Hamburg. We have the most enormous ring, electron storage ring generating our X-rays, along with many other facilities on the site. And we are, let's see, does this work? Perfect, yes, I hope people can see it at the back, because the red one you can't see at the back. So we are, as EMBL Hamburg, based, and our X-ray beam lines are right at the end of this Max von Laue experimental hall. But the site itself is huge and has many different experiments going on, all basically using X-rays. So what we have is we as EMBL, the European Molecular Biology Laboratory, here in Hamburg, or there in Hamburg, because I'm not in Hamburg at the minute, we're running 3 beam lines for using X-rays, just briefly covering them. One's doing small angle X-ray scattering, which allows you to look at the shape of molecules, and then we have 2 beam lines for macromolecular crystallography. And what was realized a few years ago was that the beam properties that you could get, particularly on P14 here, was actually, it allowed you to do some really, really very nice imaging. And so they started developing the techniques, thinking that this imaging, X-ray imaging business might actually be quite useful for biology. And they were also running a time-resolved macromolecular crystallography as well, along with sample preparation and characterization. However, going back to P14 and the macromolecular crystallography beamline there, what was realized was that if you took out a lot of the optics for the beamline, what we would then deliver to the sample was a really nice, uniform, what we would call top hat beam. So it's basically a square X-ray beam of 2 millimeters by 2 millimeters. And it would then allow you to, it was very uniform, and you could use it to image. And so this is exactly what we're now doing, or what they actually asked me to sort of set up and develop. So we're doing, it's hard X-rays, around about 12 kilo electron volts is what we're using at the minute, and we're doing phase contrast holotomography. So we collect a tomographic data set, we rotate the sample in 4 different positions, collecting our data on a detector. These 4 distances are very, very close together, and we need that in order to resolve the phase. So this is then what we're doing. But because we're on a macromolecular crystallography beamline, where over the last 20 years, a huge amount of investment has gone into automating the crystallography workflow, the crystallography pipeline, we can take advantage of it. And this is why we are calling the technique that we've been developing HIT, which is high throughput tomography. So what we have here is our X-ray beam comes out of the center of an on-axis viewing system. We here have mounted, this is a resin block inside which is an organoid, and I'm not going to talk about organoids, it just happens that this is the sample in the photograph, but we're collecting data on organoids. We use the rotation axis that the crystallographers use, so we rotate the sample by 180 degrees, the beam passes through it and is collected and imaged on the detector. What we have is access to the robotic system that was developed by the EMBL engineers, and so we can use samples that have been prepared for volume electron microscopy with a heavy metal stain and then embedded in resin, mounted on a crystallographic pin, so we can do that. We've also developed now methods to use paraffin embedded biopsy samples. So this is a 3D plastic pin that we printed, and this is then a 1 millimeter punch biopsy of a paraffin embedded sample. So we can collect data on those. And then also we've now just tried, and this is all in preparation for a grant that we've recently had funded in collaboration with others, where we're looking then, this is a fresh tissue mounted in liquid. All of these we can put in our what I call our puck, our hockey puck, and the robot will pick it up, place it on the beamline, and then collect the data. And the importance of the robot becomes apparent in the next thing. So we are collecting our 4 distances. Each has 1,800 projections. That takes less than 5 minutes. We've now created a workflow, parallel workflow, a workflow that basically automatically processes the data. So in less than 10 minutes, we have collected and generated a 3-dimensional reconstruction of the sample that we've just been imaging. So if it actually takes us longer to search the hutch, because it's a big X-ray facility, so you can't be in the room at the same time. It takes us longer to search the hutch, change the sample, than it does to collect the data. So now this is where the robot comes in, so we can just go through and churn through the samples. Challenge is, though, is that we're collecting, in less than 10 minutes, we've collected 150 gigabytes of data. So, yeah, it's not without its challenges, but this creating and developing this pipeline has been essential to allowing us to try and develop lots of different things. So what are we actually doing? So we're doing phase contrast imaging because for soft tissue, what is clear is the signal you get from the phase is significantly stronger than the signal you get from the absorption. And so this is what our raw data looks like. And so we have to do what I call the American approach, which is shoot first and think later, because we can't actually see our samples. So this is our raw data. You can see a few stripes here, and that's background from the monochromator. We've just changed the monochromator, so we now have a beautiful uniform background. So then we collect our data. We then do flat fielding to remove the background from the data and then match our forward distances, retrieve the phase, and then you can start to see that there might be something there. And actually then when you do the final reconstructed volume, this is what you see. And so this is mouse kidney, just taken from a cooperative mouse. Didn't have much say in the matter, to be honest. But it has allowed us to develop this technique, and this is unstained tissue. So this is tissue basically fresh out of the mouse. And this is then allowing us to apply these types of techniques to potentially human tissue. And this is a project that we've just had funded. In fact, this is preparation work and completely unpublished for in preparation for a grant that we've just had funded from the MRC, which is a collaboration between, it's headed by Lucy Collinson at the Crick and Candice, working in the kidney pathology, and then myself in Hamburg and Yannick Schwab at EMBL Heidelberg, and then Virginie Ullman at the EBI, trying to understand, using the X-ray, the power of the X-rays to see inside the kidneys, to try and understand what is happening when it comes to kidney transplant rejection. Can we see inside what's going on inside the cells of the kidney to be able to predict whether that kidney is going to go through rejection before the patient, before the recipient of the kidney actually knows that there's something wrong? And so we're combining the power of the superpower of the X-rays along with other techniques and with artificial intelligence to try and bring together everything to try and make a difference to what is an incredibly complex problem. But looking at what we're actually doing, so we've started off looking at our mouse tissue in paraffin, and I think one of the challenges and one of the beauties is that we have our what the field of view here is 660 microns square. I mean, we've added a filter on because to make it look better, only to take out the corners because they're somewhat distorted at the minute. We're working on developing techniques to do that. And what you are able to see, the resolution that we have is around about 600, 700 nanometers. So you are able to see the individual cells, and you are able to see that there are things inside the cells. You can't quite, it's not at the level in any way of docking molecules in the cells, but you're able to see inside the cells. And our data is uniform in all three dimensions. So, which makes a big difference. So what we've done here is this is the block, the paraffin block of the kidney, and what's of great interest is the glomeruli. And so we've just segmented out used false color to make it look like histology sections. And what we have is three-dimensional data in less than 5 minutes to show the structures. What the challenge is, though, so this is just the summary. We're collecting our data at about 12.7 keV with a voxel size on the detector at 330 nanometers. And we've done Fourier shell correlation and consistently getting about 700 nanometer resolution, which is allowing you to see individual cells more or less. Total exposure time is just just over a minute for that data, which is really quite nice. And in fact, what we're having to do is throw away a huge amount of our X-ray photons because we're saturating the detector. But the big challenge next is then to start to be able to look at the data and see samples. We needed to develop techniques so that we could image our data in liquid, and this presents a challenge because of the phase when you have hydrated samples is much less strong. Because the tissue isn't quite as tight, and everyone was of the opinion that this would be problematic. So we started off by collecting our data in it's still in liquid, but it's dehydrated. And then we also based on that, and I've put the slides the wrong way around, we then moved and then this is just pure tissue, just in the liquid that comes out that you're sent the biopsy in. This is still mouse samples, but again, you're still able to see the resolution is now at about 750, 800 nanometers, but you're still able to see individual cells. And in this the little white punctae that you're seeing are red blood is the iron in the red blood cells. So this is, again, unbelievable quality very, very quickly, and it will enable us to start really developing techniques to image tissue at an unprecedented level of resolution at unprecedented speed. And so we're hoping that this will give us a significant impact on our work. But then moving swiftly on to what other things we can use the X-rays to actually see inside. And this is the PhD project of Emmanuel Derivery, who is at EMBL in Heidelberg, working in Yannick Schwab's group. And so he's interested in malaria and wanted to see if he could use X-ray imaging to look at the life cycle of the malaria. Now, his background is he's come from volume electron microscopy, so he had resin-embedded mosquito samples that had been heavy metal stained, and it's the gut of the mosquito that he extracts, and this mosquito has been fed on malaria-infected blood, and he wanted to see, could he see the malaria oocysts, the malaria parasites within the gut? Could he see them, and could he then be able to then target them for electron microscopy and actually see what point in the life cycle they were within electron microscopy? Well, he did more than that. And so this is the area, the part of the life cycle that he's very interested in. These are just a few slices of the single slices of the X-ray data. Not only could he see that there were malaria parasites within his mosquito gut, but he could actually tell from just the straight raw X-ray data the actual point they were in their life cycle. He was a bit upset because we did suggest, well, now you don't need to do your electron microscopy, which of course didn't go down very well because of course the whole object of his exercise was to do with the electron microscopy, but he was blown away by the resolution and the information that he got in a couple of minutes from his X-ray data. And so he had wild type parasites, and then also ones with a knockout to actually trap the malaria and keep it within the cells. And he could immediately see, through the power of the X-ray looking inside, the fact that he could see the, and this was just from one gut. So in one gut, he has the entire life cycle of the malaria parasite because, and so, well, again, he was surprised at the power of X-rays to see inside things. And then just to show, so this is the mosquito gut. It's bound down the, oh my word. It's, oh my word. It does, I don't know quite what's going on. That isn't working. Sorry. Let's see. Can I? Is it going to cope? Apologies. If anyone wants to see the video on my computer afterwards, please feel free to ask. But basically, the gut, you can see all the muscle structure down the outside holding the gut together. You can see, all of the malaria parasites within the... I must have superpowers. With it, you can see all the malaria parasites in the gut, and then that's the raw data, just the raw reconstructed data, or it was the raw reconstructed data behind it. Right, I think I'll clearly. So that's just to say that sort of concludes that section of the talk. And so huge credit goes to my colleague Jonas Albers, who has done a lot of the, well, in fact, all of it. Anyone who knows me knows I'm quite short. The photo is taken on the steps outside EMBL in Hamburg, and notice its steps. He's standing 2 steps lower than me so that we don't look quite so different in height. And then we're working alongside Gleb, who runs Beamline P14, and the unbelievable computing power of Marina, who has taken Jonas's code and tweaked it into a beautiful streamlined things. And we've highlighted in bold the people whose work I've presented here, which is in the team of Yannick Schaab, Nadal in particular. Angelica in Christian's group in Göttingen provided the mouse organs. We've collected more than just kidney, but I just showed the kidney, and that's in part from a collaboration between EMBL and the CRIC and Imperial. I didn't show Thomas Sorensen's work, but we're collecting data, have beautiful data on organoids, which is showing how they thought particularly there was an intestinal organ, how they thought that was working isn't how it's working at all. So no, exciting times with X-rays. Now I realise I was asked to talk because I'm involved in the X-ray FIG here at the RMS, and my focus is very much on developing X-ray and biology, and I'm probably running way over time. So just to quickly highlight that there is more than just synchrotron. There's more to using X-rays than biology. So in the UK, there's the National X-ray Computer Tomography Facility, it's based scattered around the country, but Tim Burnett from Manchester gave me these slides, and I just wanted to highlight that if anyone was interested in exploring the possibility of using lab-based X-ray computer tomography for their work, to get in touch with the NXCT. Access is free, and it is the whole aim of it is to provide access to X-ray data collection, X-ray tomography for UK-based researchers, both academic and industrial. There's support, and yes, the focus is on the physical sciences, but as you will see, they are doing some life sciences work as well. And so why doesn't that work? Right, so this is a time lapse of a mung bean seed sprouting, and then they were also have done work looking at corrosion, which is that working? Yes, yeah, you've got your corrosion pits. So again, it works. So one of the challenges of the lab-based systems is the timescale for data collection. We're not talking seconds, but there's a huge amount that you can do with that work, and then also in correlating the work with other imaging techniques. So if you are interested, I would strongly encourage you to talk to the guys at NXCT. because they have facilities at Manchester, Southampton, UCL and Warwick, over 20 systems, support, expertise and help. And so they're worth talking to. And with that, I will finish, apart from saying that not all heroes wear capes. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Liz. And again, at the end of the session, during the drinks, please feel free to come up and talk to our speakers. And now we're going into our final award, and that is going to be presented by Alex. Great. Okay. So excellent. So this is for Outreach and Education Award. Chris Hawes.
Thank you. Right, I've already apologised to Sián for how terrible this is going to be, because I'm not a good introducer of speakers and things like this. Sorry, I won't do you justice, but this is the letter of application for the award, and it is really impressive. So first thing, Sián's was nominated for her conception and realisation of an international database of female researchers. I mean, there's more to it than this, but this is where we start. So she created this database of women in science to showcase and highlight female microscopists around the world. This is a tool that conference organisers can lean on to help us get the right balance and representation within our meetings. And as a conference organiser, regular conference organiser, I mean, this is just fantastic. Such a good and useful thing to have access to. It's been used over 10,000 times. There are over 360 female researchers working in all areas of microscopy. And it's now become the go-to resource for conference organisers worldwide. So that on its own would be a fantastic achievement, but there's more. So she's obviously very active in local and national outreach and educational activities. She's an ambassador for the Interscience charity, and she is working there with A-level students from disadvantaged backgrounds. She's supported students in that programme at UCL. She's actively fundraised for the charity as well, and given career talks at local schools at different levels, volunteering at various events around the country. And this is all within a very narrow period of time. It's quite extraordinary. I'm listening this morning to a podcast. Apparently, Julius Caesar at some point in his life broke down in tears at the thought of how little he'd achieved compared to Alexander the Great. And these sorts of CVs and application letters make me feel exactly the same. It's like, how have you managed to do all this so quickly? It's really impressive. And so she's made a disproportionately large contribution to outreach and education in microscopy, from school level through to resources that our established academics can use, companies, learned societies, and all this to promote a positive and inclusive learning environment. She's also been very active on Figshare. She's uploaded well over 100 slides, which are available for open use by other researchers. And, you know, all of this, as I said, at a very early stage in her career. So with great pleasure, I get the chance to award this. As I said, unfortunately, get my ugly mug on the photo rather than rather than Kerry's. But there you go.
This is the first time the award has been presented. So
it's going to be terrible if I now break it, isn't it?
Cool. So yeah, I'm really honoured to receive this award, and despite Alex's lovely introduction, do not feel particularly deserving, as you might be able to tell from my title. So I really enjoyed Ed saying earlier when Jade emailed saying, oh, can we have a talk title? The first thing he thought of was Maverick Microscopy. And the first thing I thought of was some kind of nervous breakdown that actually I really shouldn't be giving this talk because I don't really know anything about outreach and or education, but I'll give it a go anyway. So what I'm going to talk about is why I don't think not why I don't think I deserve it, but what I think some of the barriers are when we're thinking about doing outreach and education, specifically in microscopy, particularly the barriers that I felt and how we can overcome these and convince ourselves that actually we are doing some quite good outreach and good work. And hopefully we can all do a bit more research, outreach going forward from this. Cool. So what's the first barrier that I thought of when I thought of why am I not doing good enough outreach? And number one is that I kept thinking this, outreach needs to be something big and flashy and fancy. I asked my colleagues yesterday, what's the first thing you think of when you think of scientific outreach? And he said, oh, you know, someone jazzy and kooky saying something impressive in front of a big lecture theatre. And that's quite a daunting prospect, right? And so I got thinking, okay, if that's what I think outreach is, then what actually is it? So what is outreach in education? And I did what any good scientist does when faced with the question, is I asked Wikipedia. And this was the definition from the Science Outreach page on Wikipedia. So science outreach is promoting public awareness and understanding of science and making informal contributions to science education. Okay, cool, handy definition. And it gave me four examples of what this might entail. First one is public lectures, talks and discussions. And I think this is where a lot of us go instantly in our minds when we think of outreach. We go to, Brian Cox kind of just coming, wearing a leather jacket, oh, it's incredible in the sky, and is looking impressive. We might think of things like the Royal Institution Christmas lectures. This is Hannah Fry presenting in 2019, really impactful, really widespread. And we might think about wonderful researchers like Jess Wade, who's here on Sky News talking about her project, who's getting more female scientists on Wikipedia. She's written over 1,200 Wikipedia pages about female scientists. And you see these kind of endeavours and you think, oh my goodness, nothing that I'm doing really measures up to anything like this. And of course, they've all got awards and accolades for all their research. Jess Wade with the best one, which is, of course, having a calculator designed with her face on it. I don't think there is any higher accolade. Apart from this is definitely the highest. Take that, Casio. Okay, so I see this and I think, oh my goodness, I'm not doing anything nearly on this level. I'm not really doing good enough research. That was Freudian, wasn't it? Outreach, my research is great, please fund me. So we go to Wikipedia and say, okay, what else is on their list of outreach and education? And then we start to feel a bit better about ourselves because we say visiting primary and secondary schools. Great, I've done some of that. Maybe I'm not so bad after all. And so here are a couple of the events I've been involved in with this. So one of these was at Waldgrove School in Twickenham. This was a really fun thing. This was science speed dating for GCSE science students. So you have tables of 5 students, you have 5 minutes with each of them, and you do a kind of flash presentation of what you're doing in science. That was really cool. And I gave a career talk at this specialist maths college, sixth form maths college in Lambeth, King's Maths School. They gave me a really good mug, which I wanted to put a picture of on, but I've just moved flat and it's in a box somewhere. So we just get the front of the school. Okay, so that's cool. Apparently, workshops in schools for teachers and students is also outreach. Brilliant. So again, doing some presentations for my old undergraduate program when they do taster days for A-level students, what could you do if you did this degree? Where can natural sciences take you? Finally, supporting science fairs and similar events. And this is something I did in 2019, thanks to saw an open call from the RMS and thought, oh, that looks fun. And so at the Big Bang Fair in Birmingham, which Joyce had a stand along with the RMS, this is my favourite image that I took of the day under the microscope. You can have a think about what it is. I'll reveal the answer later, but it's very, very high impact. And so you kind of look at these things and think, okay, well, I've done maybe have done some research, but okay, why do I keep saying research? Oh my God, I'm having a breakdown. Outreach. I've done some outreach, but it keeps happening, doesn't it? It's a real shame. But I didn't organise any of this. I've just jumped on someone else's bandwagon. Does that still count as outreach, or I'm still a bit of a fraud? So what's really important for outreach? Well, what I thought it was originally was, reaching hundreds and thousands of people, doing something enormous, creating something revolutionary and new that's never been done before, going to every single committee and discussion and meeting that's available to me about outreach, and maybe doing something really big and complicated and impressive right from scratch. That's what outreach is. But I looked through this and I thought, actually, no, none of that really matters. Outreach is really just about getting stuck in when you get the chance. And if no one else takes anything from this silly little talk that I'm doing, you're doing outreach if you answer one email saying, oh, can you do a bit of work experience for this kid? Or can you come and help with a careers talk? So again, kind of telling myself this more than anything else, but don't be put off by what you think outreach should be, because it can be quite small to be and can be impactful. All right, so the next thing that I kind of lost sleep over when thinking about doing outreach was, why on earth would anyone else care about my research? You get stuck in your little bubble of research and you think, wow, I care about this, but no one else does. Also formulated as, my research is too dull for outreach. And why do I, and maybe, I don't know, probably no one else in this room, maybe this is just me, but when I see talk titles from other outreach events, I think, okay, nothing that I can do is ever this exciting. This is from New Scientist Live next week. We've got Can Fish Count? Wow, what a question. Science of exploding stars. We've got something about poo. We've got the Royal Society, and the most incredible pun I've ever seen, how to outsmart a serial killer. From the Pint of Science event in May 2022 this year, we've got the skies like volcanoes, you've got time travel. And you think, oh my God, I've spent the last 3 months trying to correct a systematic error of 50 nanometers. Like, no one cares about this, right? So what I just wanted to quickly do is, again, mainly convince myself, but also you, that nothing is too dull for outreach. So I'm going to take a research paper that I was involved in a couple of years ago. And like all good research papers, it's got a long title that you fall asleep in about 3 words in. So this is live imaging of a hyperthermophilic archaeon reveals distinct roles for 2 escort-3 homologs in ensuring a robust and symmetric division. And this is a paper that I've used quite a lot in career talks. So I think what you can do with this kind of paper is you can get a really nice story out of it. And for outreach, I think that really is what's important. It's not if you're giving outreach to school kids, they don't care if it's your premier first author paper. They don't care what you discovered. They care about a story and science that seems fun. So this is kind of how I tease the outreach-friendly parts out of this project. So firstly, what's the overall question? How did complex life evolve? Ooh, sounds fancy, doesn't it? So in this project, here is a eukaryotic cell, and these are the kind of cells that make up plants, animals, anything more complicated than a virus or a bacterium, pretty much. And how on earth did this complicated biological structure come to be? Well, one thing that we know is that about 2.7 billion years ago, there was some kind of symbiotic relationship, so a cooperative relationship between a bacteria, which is now the mitochondrion, the powerhouse of the cell, and another cell. And they kind of teamed up and evolved into what is now eukaryotes. And the big open question here is, what on earth was the other cell? If we know that the mitochondria used to be bacteria, what was the other cell? And so what we already know about this comes from some groups in Sweden who do essentially evolutionary cell biology. And what we know comes from some samples taken from this kind of gloomy looking place. This is a hydrothermal vent in the Arctic Circle called Loki's Castle. Cool. And this is some kind of environmental sampler. So what happened was, around Loki's sample, ocean sediment cores were taken. And this is basically our ocean goo. And it contained all sorts of stuff, microorganisms, geological stuff, but also a load of fragments of DNA, so little bits of DNA. And on these DNA, collaborators in Sweden did deep metagenomics and phylogenetic analysis. which sounds very exciting and very fancy. But basically, what this is getting those DNA fragments, jigsaw piecing them back together, and then essentially making family trees for those cells. What they discovered when they did this was this family of organisms called archaea, a specific family and they called them the Asgard archaea. And they gave them some really fun names. So there's Thor, Odin, Loki, and Heimdall. And what they found from the DNA of these archaea in this Asgard family was that it looked a lot like eukaryotes. They're not eukaryotes. These have been around for about 2 billion years more than eukaryotes have. But they found that a lot of the ways their DNA behaved was pretty similar to eukaryotes. All right, so what we wanted to do is we wanted to actually use microscopy and look at some of these Asgard archaea and see if they, some of their cellular processes behave like eukaryotes do, if their DNA and their actual physiology married up. But there's a problem. Remember, we didn't actually get any of the cells of these guys. We just got this DNA jigsaw puzzle. So we don't have the cells. How on earth are we going to study them? So what we needed to find was something we could actually grow in the lab, something that we could do experiments on that already existed. And to do that, we went from Loki's Castle to Yellowstone National Park. We didn't have enough funding for that. Someone a long time ago got to do this. We just got the samples. This is a sulfurous hydrothermal pool in Yellowstone National Park. And it turns out that there's a hyperthermophilic archaea, so one of these archaea cells that likes it really hot, that's pretty closely related to these guys, called Sulfolobus acidocaldarius, that you can use in the lab. Now, Sulfolobus acidocaldarius likes a few not ideal things that the clue is in the name for. Sulfo, it likes sulfur, so it's a stinky fella. Acido really likes acid. Caldarius really likes being hot. So the ideal conditions for this guy is the happiest he's ever been if he is in a really eggy pH 2 70-degree solution. Great. And so if you go in your research institution, you go to people running the microscopes and you say, can I put hot, smelly acid on the microscope? They don't love that. So what we had to do in this project was actually rebuild a thermal vent on top of a microscope, our own microscope, to actually watch it. And it doesn't look quite as impressive. You can see this is from the paper, and you can see my excellent hand-drawn warning, hot stage. So this is basically what we call the sulfoscope. It's a little heated device that goes over the top of an air objective. And we can grow our cells inside here and keep them nice and hot and toasty and do a decent job of convincing them that they're inside a thermal vent. So what else do we want to look at? If you just watch the cells, they're kind of boring. So what we use are fluorescent stains. And we use fluorescent stains that look at, so there's a fluorescent dye that binds to the membrane that surrounds the outside of these cells, and a fluorescent stain that binds to the nucleic acid or the DNA inside these archaea. And then we find, is it the hot acid wasn't enough? We also find lasers at cells, because why not, to make these things glow. And what we saw in this paper for the first time ever, no one's ever seen this divide before. So what we saw for the first time ever was actually these guys dividing, which is really cool. No one else on Earth had ever seen that before. And this gave a load of we did this on some other mutants of these cell types, and we found out that actually these guys are probably actually pretty closely related to eukaryotes, and this model that bacteria plus an archaea equals eukaryotic life was actually pretty accurate. So that's cool. So in terms of outreach, we can turn something like this into something much flashier, like hot acid and laser microscopes to study the origin of complex life. So that's kind of cool. The next thing that I worry about, because it turns out I worry about really quite a lot of things, is what difference does outreach make anyway? And you kind of think, oh, am I just doing this to massage my own ego, to boost my CV? Is anyone else really benefiting from this? And this is where the InterScience charity really came in. So InterScience has produced everything you see in this slide. And it turns out that in STEM careers, almost everyone that's in some kind of STEM career is from fairly wealthy background. There's a really low proportion of people from working class backgrounds working in STEM. And so what InterScience does is it pairs A-level students from low income and underrepresented backgrounds. For example, this is kind of some of the demographics: 70% recipient of free school meals, 82% parents who haven't been to university, 72% from ethnic minority backgrounds, and pairs them with host labs with STEM researchers. And do 2-week placements, really in science, to see what's going on. And instead of me explaining why this is good, this is just a couple of minutes long video. We helped make this video in 2018 of the students actually describing what it does for them. And a bonus point if you can spot me describing something as fun with the world's least fun tone of voice. All right, is it going to play? Oh. Come on, technology. Where's my technology? Ooh. Oh, no, that didn't work, did it? Help! Help is coming. help is like, oh, why did you put a YouTube video in here? It did work earlier. Yeah, I did try clicking it. It was... Is it connected to the internet? Oh, that looks promising. Your clicking's better than mine.
We made this film to tell you about what taking part in InterScience UK has meant to us
and what it can mean for you.
This is our story.
When my confirmation email finally came through, I felt like I could breathe again. It's all confirmed.
I'm going to study maths at my first choice uni. What about you, Sarah? What about you, Sarah? What about you, Sarah?
What if I'm not smart enough? Great. Can you imagine me being an engineer? Prepare.
Are you into science? Looks like you are. Apply.
Hey guys, it's my first day and I'm currently at the Biomedical Research Lab. I can't believe I'm here. Like, can you believe it? Stay tuned.
For a lot of young people, especially from low-income backgrounds, the only person with a STEM job they can name is their doctor. So they think, well, if I don't want to do that, then what's the point of going on to study engineering or chemistry or biology? One of the things that InterScience UK does is that we provide young people with an opportunity to learn about a whole host of different opportunities that are available to them through studying different STEM degrees.
It's an amazing opportunity for kids that usually don't have access to labs and actual research to actually get in touch with researchers and find out what we do and get inspired to become themselves researchers in the future.
When I applied, I wasn't expecting to be put into a research facility.
It's a proper real life lab experience, nothing like schools or anything.
In our school labs, you don't really have this kind of thing. The simplest things like the pipettes here are different.
Microscopes here are really powerful. You actually get to see individual molecules, which is really interesting. You have access to loads of different equipment like centrifuges, anechoic chambers.
What we've been doing is analysing MRI scans and using coding to map out different regions of the brain.
There's actually real machines and equipment that we get to see and how people use them for real, and not just our teachers preparing the experiments for us. We get to see how they're actually prepared and the techniques that real scientists use. Not only does it give you a placement, it also provides you with workshops in order for you to work on your personal statement and your application for university. Now I'm studying biomedical engineering at King's College London. InterScience UK really did give me that push and gave me more to talk about in my personal statement. And InterScience UK really helped me to not feel so intimidated.
Being in the actual workplace where you see people that look like you or talk to you like, oh yeah, I was in your position, like when I was 16, when I was 17. It really inspires someone who never had hope in getting into that place to get a spark of hope.
I think it's important that kids can really see that anyone can do science and that it's a really fun and diverse environment to be in.
In my head beforehand, I had this image of a scientist, and that created a barrier for me.
during my placement in science gave me confidence that I could be a scientist one day.
We are into science.
We're into science!
Cool. So hopefully that shows outreach isn't just vanity projects. It really, really makes difference to a lot of young people. So the final barrier, and I'm aware that I'm running over time mainly because I had a technical catastrophe and also kept saying I was bad at research instead of outreach. Might be true, who knows? Outreach takes too much time and effort to actually get involved in. If we go back to our Wikipedia page with our definition, we had our 4 things that we thought outreach was. But I'd actually like to add one of the most important things for outreach, which is just talking to your friends and family about what you do and getting them engaged. That is outreach. Like one of the girls on my cricket team the other day, I heard her explaining my research to someone and I was like, that is better than I can explain my research. And she's a geography teacher. She doesn't care, I mean, everyone cares about microscopes, but she has no real reason to care about microscopes. You can also end up doing kind of quite weird things. So again, this might be reverse outreach, where I was talking to a science teacher friend, and it turns out that Bunsen burners actually have huge lag times. I really needed a Bunsen burner. So you can actually get your friends to bring you Bunsen burners from their underprivileged schools. Here's the Bunsen burner at Power League 9 ounce. But you can use it for an outreach opportunity. So, you know, I said, thank you very much for the Bunsen burner. And you can send back pictures. And so you can actually show the students, like, this Bunsen burner that you just use for heating your stuff. Actually, this is used in real scientific research. This is the kind of thing. Everything's an opportunity for a bit of outreach. And even in your day-to-day university teaching, sharing materials is outreach. It's helping people. This is accidental outreach. This is because I couldn't work YouTube. I made a tutorial video for a collaborator on how to do Weka segmentation. I thought I'd set it to private. I had not. And I got an email like 4 years later being like, thanks so much for the useful video. And then I went on the analytics and it's been viewed 21,000 times. You can really see where the pandemic stuck and people got bored enough to start learning about segmentation. And again, if you make teaching resources and you know, pop them online, people will use them. You don't have to go to a huge effort for other people to use this material. And putting some effort in, even like the tiniest amount of effort into teaching materials really, really helps. So this is a video of what I've got these in real life, these acetate sheets that I made to demonstrate how wire interference works. I use these in lectures, and on my Figshare there's also the files where you can print these out yourself. So hey, it's a cat. Everyone likes cats. Cool. So finally, Alex mentioned that you know, one of the main things I've done is make the Women Microscopy database. This might not be so much outreach as maybe inreach. So we heard the InterScience students talking in the video about how they were worried that there weren't people like them in science and there weren't people that looked like them, or there were barriers there. And I'm a white, middle class, non-disabled woman, and I shouldn't have any barriers given how privileged I am. But I found myself going to conferences and thinking, why are all the conference speakers dudes? I won't go too much into the graphs, but at the time, I kind of dug back into some statistics from microscopy conferences that had their speaker list still online from previous years. If you look at all the talks, then you're just around a 70-30 split, if you're kind of feeling optimistic. If you look at all the talks, if you looked at invited speakers, huge congratulations to 2018 with no women at all. It was this real problem. So rather than just kind of sitting feeling sad in the conferences, I thought, okay, well, let's try and make something where, if nothing else, we remove the excuse for conference organisers, because they can't say, oh, I don't know any women that do microscopy. Yes, you do, they exist. And so this was the most recent screenshot of the database. Last count had 443 women in there, with these little icons for different disciplines that RMS kindly took over hosting, and which has made life really good and given it more reach. And they're also planning on expanding it further for more general equity in microscopy, because like I said, I'm a very white middle-class woman. There's a whole load of other underrepresented groups that really do need to get more representation in microscopy. And let's make sure that conference organisers have absolutely no excuse for doing that. So acknowledgements to all sorts of people that helped along the way. And the answer to the most important part of what was the image from the Big Bang Science Fair, it's a shreddy. So thank you so much, and sorry for running over.
Thanks very much, Sián, and congratulations again. And I know we're running a bit late, so I'll make my final closing remarks very brief. It's been delightful to have you all here today, and those of you on Zoom as well. And we've had the most fantastic awardees today, and in particular, our highest awards are for our on-fells. So we've had the privilege of welcoming 3 new honorary fellows to the Society. With that, I'd like to thank again the RMS staff, the Executive Committee, Council, and most importantly, all you members who really make it all worthwhile and make the RMS what it is, the oldest society in the world. So thank you so much, the oldest microscopy society. Thank you again, and please enjoy the reception now. And we still need to get the on-fells to sign the book, yes. Rick has a copy of the other book,